Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife mi chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I come.
Ejemini ekebo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itun lo ni otun ese, ifa lo ni kan fa imora, aibinu gbogbo atare, gbogbo meji ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí ọlọ́run dákun má.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma, duku chuba jodiri ndimo. Egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma, duku chuba jodiri ndimo. Egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse
Obo
them.
da say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Obo da say yeah we mo. Nu ba say ga ponto mo iye de ku geme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is, right there. So there it is, right there. Here I am, right wherever I am. There you are, wherever you are, and here we are. So there it is. That is what constitutes here we are. You know, if there's a gathering, and that gathering doesn't even have to be within the same physical location in this time and age that we live in. But if there's a gathering, then there's a gathering. So here we are. So we are gathered. I hope we gather somewhere in the course of the session. You have to excuse my voice, by the way. We're at that season of the UK where everybody's carrying a bit of a gremlin. It's all sniveling and splattering all over the place. That's what's going on in this neck of the woods. So there it is. Oh, it's saying there's an echo. If anybody else can hear an echo, let me know in the comment section. I can't hear an echo, so there should not be an echo. All right. I hope it's not going to be one of those funky sessions. Anyway, let's just press on. Can somebody else indicate in the comment section if you can hear an echo or not? Then we'd know if it's just a Jack system or something from my end. So here we go. Another day, another session. It never stops. Okay, before we proceed with anything, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. subscribe if you have not done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio, and there it is. So this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, that's your invitation into the studio right there. So people need to be clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard early enough, because sometimes there's somewhat of a slow start to the sessions, and often instances I'm not even sure that the session will take place, because I'm just reading these things out, and there's nobody in there, but at the last minute somebody pops up and then the session kicks off. But certainly click on the like button just to give the reassurance that a session will be taking place. That is if of course you are minded to do that. So let's just let's get it straight into matters. Let's get straight into matters and kick matters off with this. So let's get straight into matters and kick matters off with this. So now this is something that I've been advocating for, I think, for at least 2 years solid now. And as ever, the world finally catches up with what man went to more, because I'm at least a leap year ahead of everybody. I've always have been. Ned Nwoko bill proposing that Nigerians carry arms born out of desperation for self-protection. So I've always been advocating, of course, that really the quickest solution to this situation that we find ourselves in that country is that Nigerians should just be allowed to bear arms. And we saw it again repeat in the Ekiti State scenario when I may have to look for this story somewhere else because I cannot abide this thing just so we saw it again in the Ekiti State scenario. All right, let me pick it up from here. I don't like that thing hanging around. Yes. So we saw it again in the Ekiti State scenario when these Bororo Fulanis just casually strolled into a community, killed 2 of their monarchs, and walked away with a bus full of school children, demanding now 100 million naira. So there is it. So this is, and of course, if that community was really reasonably armed, at least they would have put up a fighting chance, go down fighting. What Nigerians must do to bear arms for self-defense. This is Neduoko, who is proposing that bill now in the Nigerian parliament. The lawmaker representing Delta North Senatorial District, Ned Nwoko, on Thursday, explained in detail his proposed bill that will allow Nigerians to bear arms for self-defense following the spate of insecurity across the country. The lawmaker had last month called for the introduction of a bill that allows civilians to own and carry firearms. An amendment bill allowing civilian firearm ownership must be introduced in the Senate. My bill on self-defense and firearms ownership regulation, currently listed in the Senate, awaiting its first reading, deals with this pressing issue, he said. Whilst dissecting the content of the bill, when he featured on Arise TV's morning show on Thursday, Nwoko listed the criteria for Nigerians to bear arms as contained in the bill to include references from 2 medical doctors certifying mental fitness. Others include endorsement from the local government chairman for community validation, a traditional ruler certification, and confirmation by the divisional police officer to verify the intending bearer's criminal record. So by the time people are, how many Nigerians can actually scale through these loops? How many Nigerians can hodl these loops? So this, before you are able, so really is not proposing anything, because I'm not quite sure. Yeah, you need 2 medical. I'm not quite sure why you need 2, by the way. Whilst dissecting the content of the bill, when he featured on Arise TV's morning show on Thursday, Nwoko listed the criteria for Nigerians to bear arms as contained in the bill to include references from 2 medical doctors certifying mental fitness. So why would you especially need 2 medical doctors to certify you mentally fit? If the If the doctor is certified to certify, then he alone can certify. You don't need two certification. Others include endorsement from the local government chairman for community validation, a traditional leader certification, and confirmation by the divisional police officer to verify the intending bearer's criminal record. So that really restricts that nobody really is going to be able to bear arms. That's not liberalization. This is just a guy wanting to flash his name up in the media space. He said, talking about my bill, it is not just about people carrying arms or just going into a store to buy arms. There are measures that have been proposed and they are very strict. In America, every citizen has the right to bear arms and it is enshrined in their constitution. In Nigeria, it is not. So what I am trying to do specifically is to have a system where people who are willing to carry arms are given the opportunity. One of the first conditions to be met is that every local government area must have a gun shooting school. And if you want to bear arms, the first thing to do is to get trained on how to use it. And in every local government, I think it's just a stupidity, the rest of it. But the idea in itself is long overdue. So the idea in itself is long overdue, but this convoluted pathway now that this young girl loving Nedumoko is just a nonsense. So there it is, though. The right to bear arms anyway, now being discussed within the Nigerian parliament. Tinubu government shuts down Bureau de Change centers in Abuja to save face. Lagos market in panic mode. I think it's actually Ajanle Koko that's been championing that these places, or is it rational mind, that these places should be shut down. President Bola Tinubu's government, let me say. There's going to be a lot of water drinking in the course of this session for reasons of, the weather down here. President Bola Tinubu's government is behind the shutting down of Bureau de Change in Abuja, Nigeria's capital, correspondents have learned. Sources told correspondents that Tinubu's government directed Nigeria's secret police, Department of State Services, to force the BDC to close down to save face over the free fall of the Naira. It was learned that the DSS subsequently took over the market amidst the government's frantic effort to stabilize the Naira and save face. And Nigeria's Naira dropped to a record low against the dollar on the official market on Tuesday. The currency slipped. Anyway, you get the rest of it. So that's where that is. So now people have been proposing actually that they should shut down the Bureau de Change because somewhat of an illegality. Still within that space, from Nigerian clowns on Twitter celebrating Naira's fall $2 instead of joining forces with us. So this is Kashim Shettima. The Nigerian clowns online, of course, the obedient. Nigerian Vice President Kashim Shettima has expressed his disappointment with Nigerians who went on social media platform Twitter to celebrate the depreciation of the Naira against the dollar, labeling them clowns. Shettima, I think there's actually a clip of this. If somebody has that clip, please send it in so I can play it. There's actually a clip of Shettima making that speech. So if somebody wants to send that in, just send it in. Let me see this. All right. All right, yes. Nigerian Vice President Kashim Shettima has expressed his disappointment with Nigerians who went on social media platform Twitter to celebrate the depreciation of the Naira against the dollar, labeling them clowns. Shettima made this known while speaking at a function in Abuja on Wednesday, January 31st. In the video, which was shared by a YouTuber, Symphony, Vice President Shettima said, "It is not only disheartening and disenchanting, but also heartbreaking that yesterday, when the Naira culminated to 1,500 to the dollar, instead of us to coagulate into a single force and salvage our nation's economy. Sadly, some clowns are celebrating on Twitter of an impending implosion of the Nigerian economy. Correspondents earlier reported that the Nigerian Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance, and other financial institutions on Wednesday summoned the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Yemi Cardoso to appear before it on Tuesday. The Senate wants the CBN governor to answer questions on the state of the economy and the free fall of the naira in the forex market. The committee, chaired by Adetokunbo Abiru, who represents Lagos East, resolved to summon the CBN governor to provide the way out when it met on Wednesday following the fall of the value of the naira to 1,520 to the United States dollar. The naira exchange at the official window on Tuesday at an all-time low. So yeah, they are calling Cardoso to come and explain, and Shatima. There's a lot of people actually celebrating the free fall of the naira. Actually, Tinubu's 7 months in office needs more time. So this is now the response now from the Aso Rock space. Right. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris Malagi, is calling on Nigerians to be patient with the reforms of Bola Tinubu's government. Tinubu, who came into office in May, initiated a string of reforms, including the floating of the naira and the removal of the much debated fuel subsidy. The moves have triggered a spike in the cost of living with inflation soaring. But Malagi believes that these are bound to happen, maintaining that in the long term, these reforms would yield fruit. I want you to remember that the president is 7 months old in office. I am not going to make excuses that 7 months is just a short time, he said. But for a long-term plan, you need a lot more time to put structures. But of course, as you trudge along, there will be shocks, turbulence, and occasional dislocation that you will find. But the vision of the president is very clear. He wants to take Nigeria to the desired prosperity. He works day and night to achieve that. Every day, all ministers and everyone are working in that direction, but the results are not seen yet. We ask Nigerians to be a little bit more patient. Whilst advising that the government is aware of the hardship Nigerians are facing, the minister reassured that the country's leadership is working tirelessly to reverse the trend. According to him, President Tinubu's government had, in the wake of the subsidy removal, introduced some measures to curtail the impact of the move. He listed some of them to include wage awards to federal government workers and plans to roll out CNG buses across the country. Nigeria's labor union, etc., had repeatedly threatened strike over the high cost of living. In fact, in August, the union downed tools, etc. So there it is. They are telling you that you need to calm yourself down, that they're only 7 months in office so far. So, all right, I'll give you one more, and then yes, I'll give you one more, and then we'll come into the room. Hopefully, there's somebody there, and the conversation will kick off. Court jails actress 6 months for spraying and stepping on new naira notes. So that Owambe culture now, they're determined to stamp it out. Justice Chukwu Jeku Aneke of the Federal High Court sitting in Ikoyi, Lagos on Thursday, February the 1st, 2024, convicted and sentenced one Oluwa Darasimi Omoshenyi, an actress, to 6 months imprisonment for spraying and stepping on the new naira notes at a social event in Lagos. She was first arraigned on February the 13th, 2023 by the Lagos Zonal Command of the EFCC on 2 counts charge, to which she pleaded not guilty, but she was subsequently granted bail. One of the count reads that you, Oluwadarasimi, on the 28th day of January 2023 at Monarch Event Center, Lekki, Lagos, within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, whilst dancing during a social occasion, tampered with the sum of 100,000 naira issued by the Central Bank of Nigeria by spraying same in the said occasion, and you thereby committed an offense contrary to and punishable under law. At the resumed hearing on Thursday, February the 1st, Oluwadarasimi, however, changed her plea of not guilty to guilty in the face of overwhelming evidence. Following her guilty plea, the prosecution counsel ZB Atiku called Abubakar Marafa and operatives of the EFCC to review the facts of the case. Marafa recalled that the defendant was arrested by officers of the Anti-Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offices Commission on February the 1st, 2023, and was handed over to the commission on February the 2nd, 2023 for further investigation. According to him, the defendant's statement was taken under caution, where she stated that she attended the friend's wedding and that she sprayed 200 and 100 naira notes at the occasion. The defendant was processed and the videos of where she was spraying the money was found on her phone. Also, further investigation. This is probably the most ridiculous thing that I've yet ever read to you. Also, further investigations were carried out and the management of the event center were invited. They also brought the video footage of the said occasion. The prosecuting counsel thereafter further applied to tender in evidence the letter from the whoever forensic reports of her phone, a CD of videos showing her spraying the note. I'm still waiting for the crime that was committed that is getting out this young lady 6 months imprisonment. A flash drive from the event center together with statement of representatives. Justice Anake admitted them as evidence and convicted the defendant as charged. The defense counsel pleaded for leniency, saying she's a first-time offender, she's a mother of one, she is remorseful and pleads for mercy. He further pleaded for a non-custodial sentence on behalf of the convict. Delivering judgment, Justice Anake sentenced the defendant to 6 months imprisonment, effective from Thursday, with an option of 300,000 naira fine to be paid into the consolidated account of the Federation. So there it is right there. I'm not quite sure, it's unbelievable. What can I even say? I'm not adding much more to that other than there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off then. Let me play the Kegite music, bring the people assembled so far on, and then we kick off with the session. First, of course, we go to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes,
Only water, where they see my
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbesheme death have nothing to do with us. So joining us, surprisingly, I say 3. I didn't even know this was your conversation, all this Nigerian stuff. War Peace, yes, War Peace here. Good to have you watch War Peace. Bishop makes it fiddle this way through the connections. Ajale Koko, father of the bride, and Larry, who showed us just how handsome he was yesterday when we had the Otumba here. So good to have you, gentlemen. Always a delight to be in your company. Let's kick the conversation and let's actually start with you. I say 3. So should Nigerians have the right to bear arms?
Yes, you said why you're surprised at my interest in this Nigerian stuff. My father said that my great grandfather before slavery was from the Ekiti state.
So there you are.
Yeah.
Two of your monarchs got savage yesterday. Then, if you're from Ekiti state.
Was that with the gun with the wow?
That's actually what's propelling this. There was an incident about 2 days ago when our Fulani Bororos went into that Ekiti community on a kidnapping excursion, slaughtered 2 monarchs, kidnapped a bus load of
Ekiti state.
Yes, your state. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's what's propelling this. But so to that question then.
So let me ask some questions. Before the arrival of the Europeans, is it traditional that Nigerians bore arms?
Traditionally, Nigerians bore arms, but because by nature of the terrain and the nature of the jobs that they had at that time, because it was, of course, an agrarian community then, fishing, hunting, cultivating the land, and all of that, and necessarily you had to bear arms for that.
So when did the Nigerians put down their arms? What point in history?
I couldn't tell you. I don't think they ever did put down their arms. I think during the colonial space, there would have been that regulation, of course. Yeah.
Right. So to the question, should Nigeria bear arms? If it's actually a fundamental part of Nigerian values and culture, then yes, obviously, because it's always been that way. That's why I asked, was it like that before the Europeans arrived?
No, it's a necessity of the times that we live in now. Nigeria is somewhat under siege from what we have concluded, and the evidence shows are somewhat foreign mercenaries, bandits, criminals, jihadists, etc. They swoop in from the Sahel and cascade throughout the entire plain of Nigeria, savaging and pillaging their way through. But because the Nigerian security structure does not have the capacity, and the Nigerian constitution does not allow you to bear arms, so you're just lamb to slaughter.
Right. And the constitution was developed by the Europeans, correct?
No, the constitution was developed by Nigerians. We did get rid of the European. We got rid of them about 100 years ago. So we are on our own footing now.
Well, I let somebody else speak.
All right, Bilal, good to have you on board IC3. Let's take that conversation in the direction of war peace. So war peace. I've always advocated this, and now the parliament finally catches up with your super brain friend Wama went to Mo. War Peace, are you ready? War Peace. All right, let's try Bishop. Bishop, are you ready, Bishop?
Yeah, I might be available for a short time.
Brilliant. You managed to make your way in. That's great. So to that question, then, should Nigerians have the right to bear arms?
Well, honestly speaking, outrightly, I would say no, not yet.
Are you saying it off the back of your American experience?
No, basically, I mean, very few societies. Our society, documentation, identification, tracking people down, even people with vehicles, with passports, with other things, it's difficult to be able to keep a tab on them. If you can buy a car today, go and register it in another place. People have multiple identity, multiple address, and the rest. And we're kind of charged up. Most society are regulating it heavily. We don't have what it takes to regulate every Tom, Dick, and Harry bearing arms. Yeah, it might be some life saving in some situation. I did quote one movie I saw many years ago here. They call it Max, where some people developed a dog in a lab and the dog escaped. And the man, one of the professors that was, he said, look, that dog in the hand of a good handler can save 1,000 lives, but on rampage, it will destroy 1,000 lives within a minute, and that's what it is. One man can be a hero to use the gun to save 100 in one day. But when 10 other people are planning a massacre, it is very, very, very easy. So
liberalizing gun laws, is it not in and of itself a deterrent? Because of course, if you want to launch against the space and you know that space is heavily armed, then you're taking an equal.
I'll give you an example. I'm trying to remember this man's name. I used to live in one area. There's a man there. He's from the southeast. He used to have a gun. I mean, and when people anywhere in the area, he would bring out his dog many years ago. And people one day that they tell us, one day monkey go market, no come back. They deliberately came for him. It's like they now say, okay, this man will just disturb us. All of them just brought gun and just came for him that day. It was a bloodbath. Not only him, his wife, his children, the guests, even because he has two houses where his family was staying, and the other flat that he rented out, and it was a bloodbath. Look, if we look at it on one side alone, considering what we are passing through momentarily, people might be tempted to want to say, oh, let everybody, but the truth of the matter is this: we are not there yet. Even people that are there, they are trying to control it, they are trying to withdraw it, at least most society, except for the US, because of the obvious reasons. So we're not going to use the US as a benchmark or as an example of what we really want to do in that area, because even the US is a big problem. I mean, it's a big problem. They are and it's been very extremely very controversial. They're talking about is it the Second Amendment or what? That grant them the right to protect themselves. But look, I read a few days ago, a man that's just turned on his family. I mean, a little bit of frustration, his wife and his children in his own house before he took his own life. So I don't think we are there yet. If we are, because of the situation we are in, we hurriedly take this route, honestly, we are going to really compound. We are going to really compound our situation, and I can say with a certain degree, with a degree of certainty that it will worsen our situation. It will make it worse.
All right. Let me play you. Let me play you this clip, Bishop.
It's not only it's happening and disenchanting, but it should depend on heartbreaking. That yesterday, when the naira plummeted to 1,500 to the dollar, instead of us to coalesce into a single force and salvage our nation's economy. Sadly, some clowns are celebrating on Twitter about impending implosion of the Nigerian economy. It is not only disheartening and disenchanting, but it will depend on how.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the narrative of the Nigerian note, the Nigerian currency being in free fall. Too much to the consternation of some and the delight of others. So there are elements on our social media that feels that it is cause for celebration that the Nigerian currency is everything at this rapid level. So a fed up vice president now alarms and cautions to the space. Bishop.
There are two things to that. In fact, three things. There are three short takeaways from that. I mean, he repeated sadly. So it was heavy on him to use that word clouds. It was I would have said that's not dignifying because you will not call your citizens clown. And other person can say it. It's an everyday language, but as the vice president, you won't call your citizens that. But he qualified it with that adjective that he repeated. Sadly, which is regrettably. So that takes care of that. Now we need to say something, and we did say this yesterday when I put my question to our guest yesterday. That look, even though I'm not accusing you, but you did not allow me to land my question. You were hurrying me off. Well,
No,
I understand.
He was saying go on.
So, because I really was compacting my question, I made them very short. I was not any ashadas, by the way, just on the side. Wanted to say that, look, what do you think? What are the short takeaway, and how do we deal with this level of toxicity that people now wish Nigeria evil because they did not have their way in an election, and everything that happens to be seen. Some people, you would think that it is out of genuine. No, there is deep-seated animosity and hatred in the heart of some. And all they want, they wish, and they celebrate every day is the failure of the system. How deep Nigeria is sinking. On the face, I want to say, this idea of who told you so, the grandstanding, the glorying in evil when evil happens, when disaster happens. There are things that should bind us together. Look, put politics aside. And that was why I said, at what point is politics and politicking going to end, that we're going to really enter and embrace governance as a people? Unfortunately, sadly, we're not there. So that is where we are. Some people are celebrating it, not because they necessarily have naira, not because they dollar, not because necessarily they are going to benefit from it in one way, but because at least it gives them some kind of sadistic satisfaction that, hey, we told you now, you have voted for something. That it serves you right. That's what you deserve. So every evil thing that happens, they celebrate it. So that is a fact.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
You can ask a question.
Yeah. Okay, so clear point you made there. Quite a simple point. So people are celebrating. So I see the devaluation, the continued devaluation of the naira since the 80s, actually, a steady decline. The devaluation of the naira, I see the naira is the same thing as a Nigerian person. So when you devalue the naira, you're devaluing the resources of Nigeria. You're devaluing the people itself, and you're devaluing every aspect of Nigerianness as you devalue the naira. That's how it appears to me.
Okay.
Sorry. Make that make. Hold on. I say three. Make that make sense. What you just said there, make it make sense.
Yeah. Okay. So if you have, on a simple level, if you have a state, yes, a state is a construct of a group of people with their state, okay? And then the state also has a central bank, and then the central bank also prints the currency. The currency and the value in a currency is the value of the culture of that state, of that people.
No, that's not. No, that's wrong.
Okay, challenge me on that then.
The value of the currency is essentially based on our market forces. It's the desirability, however that word is pronounced, of that currency vis-a-vis trade. There's so many factors. It's not a cultural thing; it's an economic thing. What determines the value of your currency is your economy.
Right. So you talked about market forces.
Right.
Okay. So
don't take us on a long journey.
Keep it simple. But you disagree with me, and I'm saying when you have a state and you have a group of people, right? They have a culture, and then they start to produce things from that culture. So it could be the resources, it could be the music, it could be it could be anything. But so that culture, that state, has a value, perceived value, relative to all the other states. Yes, and that's when you.
No, but that's nothing to do with the current. That's nothing to do with the currency. I say 3.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
All right. Let Bishop carry on. I'm not sure that you have a full grasp of what's been said.
Let me just say this. We've said this repeatedly. Number one, unfortunately, the elite and the media, with their popular, contributed in pushing us to where we are now. The strength of your currency does not determine. No, the value of your currency does not determine the strength of your economy. We have said this. Unfortunately, our system have been so bastardized that we have normalized, we have dollarized our economy. That everything is dollar in Nigeria, and it is not helping us in any way. We have landlords today that are charging dollars. We have hotels that are charging dollars. We have schools that are charging dollars. We have restaurants. We have training that people are conducting. The resource persons are in Nigeria. Everything is in Nigeria, yet they are charging dollar. So we ourselves have lost confidence in our currency, sadly so. Now, moving. We know what we were propping like a mannequin. Our currency to be was not the true value of our currency. Nigeria was just supporting, and some people were just, it was a free arbitrage, just free money for some very selected few, just free money. They just have access and they don't care. They were not looking back, and that's why some people, to them, dollar is like, it's like just, So can we continue to, and the population of these people that are doing this, they're very, very low compared to the population of the others, the general population that are benefiting from this malady, from this malady. The people that just give me a second. I will round it up. So can we continue in that trajectory? I don't think so. Can it stop immediately? We say, okay, stop. No, these people are going to fight back, and fighting back is what we are seeing. I know the value, because our production dropped continuously from 80s. Even when we peaked, it was not even enough. When our productivity peaked in Nigeria, it was not even enough. So talk less of, we kept dipping. As at now, honestly, our production level. Our production. Just 1 second. You will come in. Our production level is absolutely nothing to write home about. So if we are not producing, and I will end by saying,
sorry, Bishop, do you think that is what is going on? Because when we had our guest yesterday, he was saying that that Tinubu made a mistake by stopping the new currency, the Naira swap. And he was saying that as soon as new dollars come into the system, those illicit old Nairas that have been stored in tanks and sockaways, they just throw them at bureau de change operators to mop up the dollars at whatever price. So that is what he said. And that, to me, when he said it, it seemed to make more infinite sense of an understanding of what's going on.
No, I don't agree with him.
You don't agree with him?
I don't agree with him.
All right.
I don't agree with him, and I'll tell you why.
So the dollar.
Look, let me tell you what happened. Everybody know that we were just inches away from anarchy because of that currency confiscation. You ask people to come and deposit their money to change their money, and you were rationing their money for them. And ordinary laborers, I sent money to someone 20,000 naira, and they gave the person 14,000 naira in exchange for 20,000 naira. And people were already see how they were attacking banks. People were angry. People were already losing it.
No.
Somebody went
from you're looking at it from that pedestrianized. We're not.
It's not. No. Hold on.
Hold on. You are looking at it from a pedestrian level.
I'm sorry.
Exactly. One man. Please,
I'm sorry. Please, can I hold on, please, before you interject? I'm sorry. Please, hold on.
Bishop, hold on.
No, I'm not holding on. Who is this? Who is this?
Pansard. I want to get permission from.
Hold on. No.
Address you. So hold on. Please,
don't address me yet. You will address me at my time. At my time.
Bishop. Wait for him, rather, Pansard. Yeah.
You address me when I'm done.
Man, please hold on. Just 1 second. One man. You have been interjecting him, right?
Don't let it spiral. I can interject anyone.
Let me see what you want to say.
30 seconds, please.
Let me see.
Now, look, Bishop, you've been coming here since that election, and you've been mistaken, you've been erroneous, you've been inaccurate, you've been inexact, you've been false. You cannot come here, keep yelling, talking forever, where you don't know what you're talking about. We told you during that campaign, this is what you're gonna get. You say no. You won't listen to anybody. I'm here in the United States.
Your 30 seconds is expired. Are you done?
Hold on.
No, I'm not holding on. You said 30 seconds. You said 30 seconds. 30 seconds is expired.
Let me ask another 30 seconds to.
No, I'm not adding 30 seconds. Please let me learn my thoughts. I'm not going to dignify your ranting.
I want you to hold on.
So even if you speak for 1 hour, I'm not going to dignify it. So there's no point. One man, can you take charge, please?
He's been talking forever. He's wrong.
No, I've not been talking forever. We just started the program, and you are making it topsy-turvy already. I'm not going to respond. Even if you speak for 1 hour.
Gentlemen, hold on. It's too early in the session for us to kick it off. We usually do the ghost bars after 3-4 hours.
No, this is not even that. Please, this is not that. Give me 30 seconds to finish what I'm saying, then I wait.
Yeah, but it's going on for so long.
Please,
make a short point and give other people a chance to speak.
Here's what I'm saying is that, I'm here in the United States, right? You are there in Nigeria.
Are you there legally? Because you keep saying you are there.
I show my face. I show my face all the time. I show it now, right? So what I'm saying is that I'm here legally.
Is it ICE or whoever it is? You send them after you.
Will you please let me use the 30 seconds you generously gave me here? We cannot keep doing this, right? This guy is in Nigeria, hasn't been anywhere. He doesn't know anything. He comes here. See, I said to you once, I remember when I come home to Nigeria, and I'll tell somebody like you to get on the floor.
I won't dignify in general.
Please, one man, let me tell you something.
Go on. All right. Carry on, Bishop. I think it's I
won't dignify. I'm at liberty.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry.
I'm at liberty to make a political choice.
I'm asking you
and I stand by my choice.
I'm asking you for a favor, right? Now, after all, Nigeria is divided by tribe, by religion. I want Nigeria to be divided between diaspora and people who are home. That's the biggest division we have to have now. We cannot have somebody who doesn't know his ass from his mouth come here yelling at us. who know much better than he does. He's been wrong, right? Indictably wrong.
It's okay. Are you done?
Indictably wrong.
Are you done?
No, I'm almost done now. Will you see, that's what I'm saying. Why would you have no respect? You have no respect. You coming here to lecture.
One man.
Do you think that we left Nigeria to come out here? That
one man.
Will you
Bishop Abeg, Bishop Abeg, let us talk, make it for common. Just please, just ignore him.
From today,
please, Abeg.
Right? From today, I want you, it's on you. It's not on Bishop, it's on you. You cannot have somebody who doesn't know anything keep coming here, lecturing Nigerians who are in diaspora all over the world, who know that we don't have
are you saying I shouldn't let you on?
No, I'm saying, come on now. Every time do you always have to crack a joke?
I shouldn't let you on.
No, what I'm saying, you cannot crack a joke all the time. I'm holding you responsible for having somebody who you're gonna have assemble all these Nigerians who are very smart. They're in diaspora, they know everything. We're the elite, we left home, right? And we kept telling this bishop a few months ago, say, look, Bishop, no. Let's get it right. He says no, that Tinubu is it and that Shetima is it. Now he has no shame. I wouldn't be here if I did what he did during that campaign. But he has no shame now. When do you hold him accountable for what he did? So it's on you. You cannot have a guy in Nigeria shouting us down. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know his ass from his mouth. We don't have freedom back there. We don't have a good economy. We need somebody good, but you cannot have his propaganda dominating this place. Nobody here has
Bishop because in Ijalowa.
So I'll pass it back to him. But one man is you. If you want to run this platform, you can't be trying to dumb us down. People who are in diaspora. This guy probably couldn't even be my driver. He would come here and teach us. When you go home, they have no respect for you. Okay. They have no respect for you because you come here and you let him come telling us he has no freedom.
Have you not finished your 30 seconds? 30 seconds is over now.
Stop it right now. Stop it.
Have you not finished your 30 seconds?
All right. Thank
One
you.
man meant to know.
Bishop, back to you.
So as I was saying before the uncultured and uncouth interruption, I would dignify you. You are hearing me. I don't dignify dogs, so I won't dignify you. I won't give you that pleasure.
This has gone right down.
I won't dignify you.
What's going on here?
I won't dignify you.
So
back to what I was saying. So for me, this value, our production dropped, and look, our house have been leaking. Our roof's been leaking for like forever. There is going to be discomfort. I have said repeatedly, salvaging the Nigeria situation is not going to be like a stroll in a park. It's not going to be it's not going to come easy.
That's
it's not
obvious, isn't it? Like a child.
It's not going to come easy. So for me, listen. I mean, I gave you all the floor. You said 30 seconds. Can you just mute yourself and put your mouth where it should be for a second? Can you? I beg you.
All right,
Can you just put your mouth?
Can I have a chance to speak? You make one point. You've been going.
I live in Ibadan. I am an Ibadan man, and I am proudly so. That you are living anywhere in the diaspora, whether it is in heaven or it is in the hate, does not make you better than me. So if you think you can be ramrodded because you are living in diaspora, whatever you are doing in America is your cup of tea. All right? So if you come to Nigeria, let us stand shoulder to shoulder. Let us walk the street. So stop rubbing it like because I'm living in Nigeria, I'm a subhuman, I'm inferior to you. I am not. So I shouldn't be spending time talking to you. So, but that's just that. So for me, yes, we're going to be taking a lot of very painful decisions, extremely very painful decision. It's going to take some time. Like there is no magic to what has gone wrong in our land. So for me, that is what I want to say. Now, back to the issue of the currency. The currency conscription was causing a lot of crisis in Nigeria then. It was serious. We saw somebody in the banking hall rip himself naked and fighting. They said people were dying. They were attacking bankers. They destroyed a couple of banks. You know, people that were not really banking their money, they just took their money to exchange, and it was confiscated. So now the question is, could we have continued in that trajectory? There would have been a total breakdown of law and order. That election would not have held. So it's a catch-22 situation. Look, at that particular time, it was ill time, it was not well prepared, and it was going to lead to chaos and anarchy. Because if people hit the street, already there were a couple of riots in some states. I remember Lagos, Ondo State, I think Benin, and some couple of states. So if the thing had been allowed to spread, quite honestly speaking, there would have been no election. There would have been an anarchy. So that's why I don't agree. Yeah, everybody was happy because that thing put APC in very bad light. That you are making us to suffer like this, blah, blah, blah. So the opposition were making huge gain from it. They want the thing to continue because they were taking advantage of it. But in the recess of it, honestly speaking, I mean, the price would have been too huge to consider. That's my take. And honestly speaking, I mean, we can view it from whatever angle. That thing was going to lead to crisis. People died. If you remember, people died because they want to collect their money. People died. So how many more people? They attacked the banker. We saw bankers, ladies jumping high fence just because they want to escape from angry customers. I mean, so for me, that's my take on that. And about the choices we made, people make choices and stick with them. I think we have gone past saying we told you to vote, blah, 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 blah. I think we have gone past that now. If you have to put all hands on deck to salvage Nigeria.
You know what is going on now, Bishop, because I've been noticing it all the way through. There's a campaign of harmony. What Kashim Shettima was saying was right. There are Nigerians celebrating the Naira hemorrhaging because, of course, the tonality we just heard now, they want to say that this is a choice that you made. So there are people that want that country to fail for reasons of the elections that just went.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I don't think there's any question beyond that. And they are campaigning quite aggressively on that. They've been doing that pretty much since the Supreme Court verdict came in.
That's just the fact. That's just the summary of it. Some people just want the roof to collapse. I mean, people are already, you can see what do I call it now? Tweaking people to go on protest, to go on protest, to go on protest, to go on protest. Yeah, if there are justifiable reasons. But the reason is because some people just want to hijack it, make it become, what do you call it, another EndSARS, and so that the government can just collapse. And I said, the deep-seated hatred and animosity, we should deal with it. People that have that hatred in them, they know themselves.
Bishop.
I don't have Bishop. Yes, sir.
Okay, Bishop. Sorry, let me interject. I seriously disagree with you. You are one man that just doing politics right now, on the politically right, how you call it, how you put it. Anyway, when you are in a system, you campaign for, and you're going to do a job, and people are not even seeing particles of the job you said, you promised you're coming to do. People have the right to feel the way they want to feel. And you don't have a right to tell people how to feel or grieve. Now, Kashim Shettima was just sarcastic there. And this is hypocrisy on Nigerian political leaders that feel they can go on national TV, downgrade us, say anything they want, and they go away with it. Scot-free with it. What do you expect? You are a boss. You take leadership. You wear the cap of the boss. You stand. Hold on, please, let me learn. You stand the matter of you stand the ground and take every criticism. Which so many times Obama came out. I'm sorry, I take the blame. He didn't come out and say Republicans, people are filled with hate, people want my government to fail. We saw it. They called Mr. Obama gorilla, everything. They make sure they want to make that. Please let me land now, please now. I know, sorry, I know you hate me.
Make it snappy. You are just
yeah.
Or let me finish. When you said you respond.
No, wait. Let me tell you this. Now you are blaming the fall of the naira of some people chanting on the internet who have no access to central bank.
It's not blaming the fall of it. It's saying they seem to delight in it.
Doesn't matter. They will delight anything. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They will delight anything. It's government. That's democracy. People will say anything they want. But what are you doing? What system are you doing to prevent that free fall so that people they are mocking will fall in their face? Christoph, let me use the floor for you. So don't miss your train of thought.
Yes. You see, in one short sentence, when we were growing up, and where I come from, it is possible that your mother or your father, your mother take a misstep and a wrapper drop. We know the right thing to do. Even if it's the worst mother in the world, and my mother's wrapper drop in the market square or in the public, I know what to do. I don't stop jumping up and making a mockery of my mother. Everybody that is making a mockery, that is delighting in tragedy that is befalling Nigeria, whatever you call yourself, if you are in that mode and category, you are an enemy combatant. You have taken your hatred for Tinubu. You can call Tinubu gorilla or anything you want to call him. I don't care. Tinubu is there today. Somebody else will be there tomorrow. I don't care. It is the hatred for Nigeria and the way they celebrate evil, the way they celebrate tragedy. If you are not seeing it, because I don't want to say you are being parochial, it's your choice. It is there everywhere. People
hold on. Let me push back. Let me push back here. Let me push back here.
No. It is your choice. It is your choice if you are not seeing it. I am seeing it, and I have made repeated. I saw it coming, not when it started. It started in 2015, just because Jonathan lost an election. We know the kind of vitriol against the former president. What name was he not called? One man will not want me to mention that one. So they say he was a clone, and everybody started running with it. Any bad news, whether it is verified or not verified about Nigeria, if it is a bad news, the way people in this camp begin to celebrate it. Oh, we told you. The poverty capital, the worst country, the country that is going to collapse tomorrow, the country that say, what did Nigeria do to you? I don't even know why Nigeria deserved citizens like some of these people. I don't care who wins. Nigeria is number one. So if you are showing disrespect, if you are showing hatred, if you are showing deep-seated hatred and all manner of anger against Nigeria, I don't care what you show against Tinubu, against Nigeria, and you are wishing her to fail, you are wishing Nigeria to fall, you are celebrating kidnap of people, you are celebrating the killing of people, you are wicked. Whatever anybody wants to say it, you are free. The same way you are free to hold your opinion, the same way I'm free to hold my opinion, and not 1,000 of anybody. Least of all, somebody that is sitting somewhere that is ranting will make that to change. No, it's not going to change. One man I yield. I'm done on that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. Bishop.
One man, let me.
Hold on. Just hold on, Bishop. Stay there. I'm going to move.
No, can I just? I'm going to move right away. Can I make a comment on this one that you have online? Just 2 minutes comment.
All right. A short
now,
comment. Yeah.
You see, the culture of Owambe and spreading money. Do you know we have exported it? I've been to a couple of parties that some white pastors will say, well, no, any white people party in Ibadan that they do. I will show you something that they are already spreading it. It's just how do we regulate it so that they don't abuse? Now, I think they're just making these people scapegoats. People do it. If they don't spray money now. I don't know whether you never see them. When you put the spray dollar for people head for party, Owambe party, especially Nigeria party. If you see them, they don't do it now. So we have exported that part of our culture. Yeah, there is an abuse aspect that needed to be taken, that we need to take care of. But the truth of the matter is that they cannot stop that thing. It has come to stay. So unfortunately, this person has just it's just the scapegoat. So sad. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. So, did you want to have a very short say, and then I'll go on to Larry?
No, one man. You called me fair because I was busy. That's why you went to Bishop. Let me take my time.
All right.
I'll be busy.
All right. Kick it off then with this woman now. 6 months imprisonment for spraying her own money to celebrate her friend getting married. What's going on here, More Pace?
One man, I don't really have much to say about that woman. Probably she's dating a DPO or one of the SEC director. Maybe she broke his heart, and then the guy is paying back, take a revenge. I don't see where you spray money and you. I know the law is there, but I'm not seeing people being arrested. Oshomole's son just got married. There was money everywhere, spraying money. People were packing money shove. I didn't see them going to go arrest her. But so unfortunate, they are testing the law on her body. She's the unfortunate one month. So nothing big for me for this lady. So can we go?
Okay. All right. The right for Nigerians to bear arms. Ultimately, we will still have to land here because I think the problem we are contending is even now past the state police point.
Yeah, Nigeria. I don't know why people are saying the right for Nigeria to bear arms. We are in our concern. They say we cannot bear arms. We bear arms now. They should put in a proper perspective the right not to bear sophisticated harm. Then we will understand that every Nigerian is entitled to a barrel, to license a barrel. That's they call it a hunting gun, hunting rifle. Every Nigerian have the right to get a license to get a barrel, to own a barrel. That is arm. So I don't know what Nedwonko is saying.
Do we have the right to own a pistol?
No, as I said, they have to make it clear what they are saying. So they'll say military style weapon, then we will understand. But we'll say weapon is weapon, either hunting or military style, military grade. Yes, everybody in Nigeria have the right to own a hunting rifle. Yes, associated capacity, maybe at 50-meter yard range capacity.
Can I just say one thing, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure.
It is not a right, and I will tell you why. Because it is subject to an approval of the Inspector General of Police. So it can tell you no. If they give them 1,000 application for license and he only approves 10.
No, Bishop, I think it means the law permits it rather than you yes. So the law
but if you need the approval of the IG, that means it can disapprove. That is not a right.
Yes, but the law permits it, so that makes it a right, subject to you fulfilling the requirements of the law. Even this new bill that they are proposing is still subject to so many criteria. But
thank you, Roman. Yeah, true. Yeah, because what I said right, because you are legally rifle shop owners. I know, like here in Benin, they sell rifles. Though they give them options where to sell it, how to sell it, you wouldn't know. But they have rifle license. They sell. If you go, they see different type of rifle, rating me and whatever, or different type of rifle pump. You see it there because Nigeria have a right to bear a hunting gun for a hunting expedition, and they call it pellets. They don't call it bullet. They call it pellets and all that for the bullets anyway. But the Nedwoko would have stated clearly the right to bear a military upgrade rifle, then we understand. Then how to possess it, then that will be on that case. Now, yes, the way Nigeria is going now, I think I urge every Nigerian to have weapon to defend themselves. Because clearly, right now, Nigerian military institution or police cannot defend its citizen. We outnumber our security force. I think it's like 1,000 to 1 police in Nigeria. How can that be possible? They cannot map our terrain. So, but if you still doesn't have a way of defending yourself, it will make sense. But I will agree, and I disagree on one point. I disagree for everybody to bear a rifle. I'll use my state for example. Now, I think people don't really understand. In Nigeria, those states have the largest number of light weapons. I mean, weapons. I'm not saying the illegal ones. Illegal ones when we hit hunting rifles, because they give license to vigilante. They call vigilante. Everybody just say, okay, security, blah blah blah. Everybody can own rifle. Now, everybody can hardly have rifle patrolling the street like Wild Wild West. At the beginning, it was good. It curbed armed robbery. Yeah, the bishop was saying court was 16 with that. I was trying to put, no, it's not 16, it's more than 16, it's going to 60. And the fight did just start last week. The fight started since November. Now, there's guns everywhere, and there are dead bodies everywhere. In a day, you record 3-4 people dead. Every day, since November till now. There are dead bodies, because there were too many rifles. These are the disadvantage, the bad side, when you have too many guns in the streets. They don't regulate it. There's no thing to checkmate it. Then there will be bodies in the street. So if you just tell Nigeria go and bear weapons without a plan to checkmate those weapons, Nigeria will be worse than Yemen. Mostly in the north, they have this revenge. They have these revenge grudges in their mind, and where those people think. In a day, you hear 500 people dead from one community. Next day, you hear the other community is doing a revenge attack. So they should sit down and structure it very well. But again, if they are licensing rifles for vigilante group, a certain group, like, okay, this group of 20 people is marching this village and we are giving them rifles, we allow them to get a hunting rifle. That will make a little bit sense. That's how I see it. But for the all Nigerians to have guns, to me, I don't side it. I don't really appreciate it. The worst is yet to happen if they allow it to happen. One man.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. Tinubu government shuts down bureau. What's that noise?
Sorry. I'm making my smoothie. Continue.
Tinubu government shuts down bureau de change centers in Abuja to save face. Lagos market in panic. So all hands on deck really regarding this currency situation.
I don't know. It's like the bureau de change people are more stronger than the bunkering people. And I said it before. I said, man, before Tinubu came to office, they say the oil kaba, the Asoro kaba, and the dollar kaba. I grouped the dollar kaba with in one phrase with the Asoro kaba. I said they are same. I said the crude oil kaba. I'm not really worried because both international and local. But the dollar cabals are the locals. And don't forget, every crime is local. Those people can frustrate your government. They can stagnate your economy. And this is what we are saying right now. I agree with the guy, your guest yesterday. There's too much money, there's too much currency in this system. I think we always, I think there's a problem in Nigeria. We talk without action. Rather, let's take action before we talk. You want to close down bureau de change, which is obviously everybody know the major problem of Nigerian currency is this black market people, and they operate without no regulation. They operate, and there's no regulation to cap them that you must return all the dollar you bought to the bank. One man, do you know bureau de change? They are not obliged to take their currency back to the bank at the end of the day. Do you know that?
Yes, but what should oblige them is an open economy. What
no, it's a currency, it's foreign currency. You cannot just hold it for once you're trading with the people and the government gave you license to trade with people, the government must know how much you trade every day. You must take your balance at the end of the day. You must balance your sheets at the bank.
Yeah, no,
this
not at the bank now. You keep an account. That's how you.
That's what I'm saying. The account, the money must go back to your account. Everything might not go back.
You keep a record. You don't have. Why should you? What obliges them to take their money?
Yes, it does not happen like that in Western country we live. All the bureaus they change their currency 70% or 60% at the end of the day.
You mean your corner shop person? He is obliged to take his money to the bank. The law insists.
Yeah, they are corner shops. The bureaus they change their corner shops.
Yeah,
that's what
does the law insist that they have to take their money to the bank?
The law stipulates they have money has to be in the bank at the end of the day.
In which country is that? Who told you that?
No, wait, hold on, listen. If not all, maybe 70% goes to the bank at the end of the day. Maybe 30% will be at their hand.
No, which there's nothing that compels anybody to take their money to the bank. What are you talking about?
See, listen, Oman. In your corner shop there, they said dollars or pounds. The guy that said dollars or pounds there, I'm just using the end of the day. The end of the day, you trade like 1,000 pounds. At the end of the day, 600 pounds makes their way back to the guy's account. 400 might be with him. But in Nigeria, it's not so.
Yeah, but the law doesn't compel him, though.
But there's a law that regulates him to be transparent about his trading. A government has to have the eye.
Yes, that's record keeping, isn't it?
Yes, but government controls, regulates, manage. They gave you license. It's not a jungle.
Yes, the government regulates the bureau de change as well, but the law does not compel anybody to take their money to the bank. But carry on.
Yes. But there's a system. There's a system that is there that make government to see the transparency, to see what you are doing. So how will the government see what you are doing if they cannot keep a tab of what you are doing?
Because
and one way of
you keep records. You keep records.
Okay, are you obliged to keep record?
Of course, you're obliged to keep records. You have to render your account for tax purposes.
So who do you render it to? To who?
To the tax office.
And at what time?
Well, at whatever time the tax office.
Okay, now that time comes,
there are times that you have to file your records. I think it's April in this country.
Yes, April in every country. So when that time comes, you cannot find your tax record. What will not happen?
You get fined.
It's okay. Let me leave that argument.
No, that's not even an argument. The law does not compel anybody to take their money to the bank at what pace. But carry on.
Anyway, bureau de change is one of the major problems of this country. That we are holding our naira, our
all right.
It's kind of busy now.
Are you there? All right. I think we lost war pace. Let's go to Larry. Larry. Hopefully, we get a more steady voice.
Yeah.
I saw you trying to intimidate the girls with your good looks yesterday when the Otumba came on.
No.
No,
it's not like that.
Look at that.
It's not like that.
All right. So to the conversation then. Where do you want to kick it off? The floor is yours.
Okay, you can be my guide.
All right. Let's start off on a soft note. I say a soft note. This lady now 6 months imprisonment for spraying our own money. What's going on there? Is this excessive, by the way?
Yeah, actually, I don't really think it's excessive. There is a lot of abuse of that currency, and for me, right, just like someone said earlier, one thing is to have the law, another thing is to implement that law. So she's not the only one. It's so obvious that you see a lot of all those things everywhere. So for them to kind of like use her as a scapegoat or whatsoever, I'm not buying that. If they want to come in with that law full force, so they should definitely, take it as a law and it should actually apply to everybody, because if you send out to prison and 3 minutes after you still see people spraying money. Right. So I think it's just more of, the people that really need to implement the law doing the right thing. And for people to kind of like, know what they need to do with the currency. So, yeah. So I don't really have much thing to say about her. I just think it's just normal.
All right.
Are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
Yeah. Is there a reason why you need to know my religion?
Yeah, if you're gonna be down on women being thrown in jail for spraying money, I want to know where is that culture originating from? Because Muslims don't care about women, so no matter what it is, you wouldn't care anyway, right?
No. I'm not really concerned.
Tell us, are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim? I just answer that. Are you a Muslim?
I don't want to answer that question.
Because you are. Because nobody say.
Can you let me talk, please?
Okay, well, just for full disclosure, so we know what we're doing with.
Talk, please?
The chauvinism.
All right, Larry, let me take you to this place. Shatima angry Nigerians were celebrating fall of Naira instead of helping it to rise. So there's been a lot of pushback against this, saying that the citizens have the right to criticize how the country is being run. And it is left to him then to make sure that they're not then in a position for them to mock the Naira. So what are you then making then of the outcry of the vice president?
You see, regarding that, right? I think it's just by the side. I think what he needs to be more interested in is to see how their policies will work, right? People have the right. They can mock, they can do whatsoever they want to do. But you as a leader, I think all he needs to do is just to face the policy, which I am very, very happy that they've started doing some things that that are really great now, right? Particularly in order to ensure there is supply of naira, of dollar in that economy, which is actually great. So when you do what you're supposed to do, you just leave those people, right, to keep doing whatsoever they want to do, while you focus on the policies that you're bringing out and implementation of those policies. It's normal, right? It's even in the US here, there are several people, right, that are kind of like, it's more of, more Republicans are definitely against the Democrats, and you see people say whatsoever they want to say. But yeah, you shouldn't be worried if you really focused on your policies and ensuring that some of those your policies actually work, ensuring the implementation of those policies. So if you implement your policies well, those people that are actually mocking, that are actually happy, I'm telling you, you're going to send a deep shock into them, right? By ensuring implementation of your policy. They're happy that it's actually falling because the government is not really focusing on the implementation of some of those policies. Yeah, just give me a second.
All right, brilliant. Everybody being interrupted by their kids today. That's
Okay.
brilliant.
So
Are you there? Okay,
yeah,
carry
yeah.
on.
So I'm actually here. I'm here. So,
Oh, good.
so I think you should just focus more on how to implement that policy. And that policy is not just for them, right? They need the National Assembly now. And this is exactly when I think the National Assembly should come out straight and come out bold. There's a lot of amendments that has to go into, that has to come in now, which is one of those things that the National Assembly really need to do to support the CBN and support the government. They need the EFCC, they need everybody, because for us to really get
Sorry, Larry. The Senate has summoned Cardoso to come and explain just what's going on with the currency. Do you think the guy has the capacity? Is it demonstrating? Because it's not coming out with anything that should inspire confidence that there's a green shoot around the corner and all that.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
So in terms of capacity, right? For me, I think number one, with what he has actually done for like 2 3 days now, I think he is beginning to do the right thing. Number one, with this issue of NOP, right? You see, most people think the people sabotaging the currency are just the borrow the change, and it's not. That's not it. The banks are the key guys. The banks are the key guys, and with this policy that I just brought out, I think they are projecting like $800 million going into that economy. So basically, what those banks do, it's just doing arbitrage in a bigger scale. Because this is more like, yeah, you as a bank, right? You keep some dollars, and you are able to kind of like have a long position, which means that you're buying, and having a little bit of short position, which means you're not really selling. And take for instance now, if a bank actually hold in their debt, they have like, they're able to keep like, like $100 million, and without fluctuation, that means they are making a lot of money. So with this new policy that I actually did, and he's been able to tell them that they should keep their long at 0%, and kind of like keep their short at something that's actually, that it's within range. So, and we are expecting that the banks, they don't have a choice, because I think the CBN directive is that they need to sell.
What is this guy talking about? One man, can you make us understand?
Is it too complex for you?
No, just plain claptrap gibberish. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Can you reduce it to the
Yeah,
level that
please,
Pansas can
please. I
understand?
beg you. I don't know what the hell you're
Okay,
talking about.
let me, yeah, you see, you don't say I'm actually saying gibberish. You can actually tell me to explain, please. And I'm going to explain. So
Go on.
basically, what
Go on.
happens, what the banks do, it's most of the banks are trying to hedge against their risks to foreign exchange. And in most cases, what they do is to buy more and hold dollars. So when they hold dollars, take for instance now, a bank like GTB, if GTB has almost $1 billion that they keep in their reserve, and a dollar, for instance, today it's selling at 1,300 naira. And if tomorrow that money gets into 1,400 naira, so look at 100 naira times that $1 billion. That is profit for them. And each of those banks.
Dude, do you think we're doing what we're faced with in Nigeria now, supply and demand? Honestly, are you that naive to come here talking policy, monetary forces? Is that really, you think that's what this administration is doing? Honestly, I mean, that's why I don't understand. Are you here to toy with us? What are you trying to have them implement some kind of monetary policy or what? What are you talking about?
I don't understand what you mean by me toying with you.
Well, what I'm saying is that we have a country that has been captured, right?
A policy.
What policy? What is the policy you want them to implement?
Okay, do
Which
you
want
me to talk or you
no,
want
go
to
ahead. It's your turn, but I'm saying don't talk supply and demand.
I have the time to talk. That's why I'm talking.
Okay.
So can you allow me to use that time, or you want to attack me?
No, I don't mean to attack you, but what I'm saying is,
a
lot of us have assembled here, right? Not to listen to Ball the Dash, right?
Okay.
Baloney.
Woman, right? Can you let him go ahead, please? If he doesn't want any.
No, go ahead. It's my turn next. I will use some of my time to you, but go to the point. Stop talking supply and demand. We have a problem in the country.
Oh my God.
I'm going to don't worry. There's a guy called Ijele. I'll phone him to come here in a moment. Then
so that's number one. Another policy that you just talked about now is the bureau de change guys. One of the reasons why you can't even account for the amount of dollar you have in an economy is because most of those money don't go through the normal channel. Look at US, for instance. You can't just see anybody selling dollars anyhow, selling like anybody kind of like selling currencies anyhow. But it happens in Nigeria. So if they can face some of those guys out, which I think is a very difficult thing to do, particularly the people that are actually there, right? So if they have the will to be able to face some of those guys out, and let's bring that money into where we can track that money, where the country can actually know how much dollar do we have in circulation, which is, if you look at any advanced country, they have a record. They know how much currency they have in the economy. So if they can actually do that, that's really going to be great. Another thing that is actually hindering this thing, it's actually the IMTO, which is basically international money transfer operators. For me, being in the US, right?
Was there not a policy position on that yesterday?
Yes, that's another thing I want to talk about.
Yeah.
So most of the money, a lot of people think the money we send home, right? It goes through the right channel, which is a lie. It doesn't even go through the right channel. You probably today you send money through Lenfi, you send money through all those apps that we use. Because prior to this time in September, there was a policy, a government policy that says that once they bring that money in, they can't charge more than plus or minus 2.5%. So which means that most of those guys are using the other channel, right, to get that money in. So, but now they've actually taken that out, which means that those guys can actually do the right thing, bring that money legitimately. So the major problem we have is that we don't have money coming in legitimately. And another thing that I think they've actually done, which I think is another great thing, which I know it's going to send shock waves into NNPC, and which is one of the things I've always been saying on this platform, is
where were you when we were discussing it? Yeah, go on. Is it the moving the ledger to the CBN?
Exactly. I've always been clamoring this. Like this is the thing. CBN can NNPC can't just be doing selling and kind of like just telling us that this is exactly what they sell. We need to know how much we are selling, how much are we getting, because we are selling in and we're getting dollars. So we need to bring that dollar in, let it come through the right channel, and let us see. So obviously, some of those policies are, they are difficult policies to implement. A lot of people are going to be affected. And another thing I need them to do, which is why I need the National Assembly now, it's with the issue of, you see a lot of people dollarizing the Nigerian economy. They need to bring laws. They need to bring laws in which people need to know that Nigeria spends naira, and any transaction outside that is illegal. So that's another thing I'm expecting them to do. Hopefully, if they're able to really do that, that's also going to help a lot. So it's a lot of policies. So what they just need to do is to stand on their policies and implementation of some of those policies. And obviously, a lot of those guys that actually have a lot of money, because another problem in Nigeria today, it's just that a lot of people, the only assets they are investing in now is foreign exchange. So they because they see it as the cheapest asset to invest in, that's going to give you turnover in days, right? Take for instance now, I take like $10 million, 10 million naira into the Nigerian economy, and I kind of like just buy dollars. So obviously, with this fluctuation, right? So in 2-3 days, and if there's 200-300 naira difference, right? Obviously, look at how much I'm going to make. So, but if they can actually stamp on those policies, so it's definitely make people want to, like, not seeing that as a great thing. So another policy, the last one I want to talk about that I think they need to start.
Oh man, give us a break, man. I mean, give us a break.
Yeah, let me just say this, and I'll give you all the time.
Hold on. I think Prince Daddy wanted to come into what you were saying. Prince Daddy, did you want to hold him on something you said, Prince?
Yes. Hello. Yeah. If there's not too much noise in the background, is Larry speaking, right?
Are you telling Panza to shut up? Oh, okay, he will shut up. Carry on. Carry on.
Yeah. A lot of stuff that Larry's talked about, a lot of good stuff. But you want to tell the Nigerians that the Nigerian economy is naira based, but at the same time, our appetite for the naira, for the dollar is so high. Okay. It would be nice. I mean, I would like to know where's the number one source for dollars or hard. Let's just say the dollar coming into the country. Is it through apps like SendWave and whatnot that bring most of the money into the country, or how do we have the accumulation of dollar in the economy? It's good to know that, and I believe it used to be that if you send money through those apps, obviously you have to collect it at the bank. So that's a good way to track the dollars coming into the country. So at the same time, they can make a policy to make sure that they convert those dollars at the bank at whatever rate they think is okay. Because those dollars, nobody changes the dollars at the banks. They take their dollar and go to the street for a better rate. Okay, there's so many loopholes in the country when it comes to this foreign exchange, just like every other sector, from the oil industry to whatever. That's the way the country is run like that. That's where we are. And Cardoso or these people, they need to get a good grasp on where they have to target first, to try to balance things or bring things into equilibrium, quite frankly. And again, I was going to say to Emefiele, I'm not even sure why Emefiele is on bail, because you were talking earlier about we don't have a good account of the naira in the economy, which is the naira supply, right? How come we wouldn't know the naira supply in the country? Is the central bank not tracking it? Whose job is it to make sure we know how much naira we have in the country? See, that Emefiele guy, no matter how much bill they put forth that it should meet, it should never be released until they get to the bottom of a lot of things. Thanks, my man.
All right, Brilliant. Back to you, Larry.
Yeah. So I think it just re-echoed some of the things I actually said. So, but I think CBN can bring some of those policies, but there are people that needs to help them implementing some of those policies, which I think that they need police, they need the FCC, they need every other person. And I think the last thing that I think CBN needs to do now, which I'm expecting probably they might actually do, is to look for a way to incentivize, people bringing money out of their domain accounts. If they probably want to put some things for people to be able to put that, because presently in Nigeria, the money they said they have in domiciliary accounts,
Bros, please let me ask you.
Okay.
Are you a Nigerian or just a Yoruba guy? What kind of do you know the kind of problem we have in our country? What do you mean domiciliary can't bring money? Is that what you really see in our country?
Okay.
We showed a girl here a minute ago, right? Who is not able to throw money at a party, one of our customs. And she's arrested, and you say, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not charlotte about it. I don't really care if I think 6 months is okay." Now, do you think we should be taking economic advice from somebody who's talking like that? But finally, you want to get somewhere. You want to get somewhere.
Do you even hear what I said?
I heard you. It's hard for me to follow you because you go. It's like you're walking on molasses, right? You're walking on molasses. But let me tell you. Let me give you an advice, right? Here's my advice. Here's what it is. Speed is distance over time, right? That's the physics of when people, how far you want to get to. Try to get, if all this talk you're doing here, get there faster. You're taking your time. It's only a 6-hour show. There's some of us waiting for you, but you're not addressing any of the problems that we have. You don't want to talk about the girl who's been jailed for doing nothing. You say 6 months is okay, but you want to tell the Central Bank of Nigeria.
All right, don't bully him.
He will do very well if you can speed it up a little bit.
I know. You know what the thing is. People like high functioning people like Larry, when they get into the minutiae of areas of specialism, it can be intimidating. So I was like, I guess that I can see why you are intimidated.
Okay. People like Buhari don't talk a lot, right? But guess what? He doesn't know anything. This is your rule of thumb that when people come here and they're very gentle and they take all day to say a couple of sentences, right? That means they're smart. I could say a lot in a second, and I'm gonna be right on all seconds. So Buhari doesn't talk at all.
Please, I beg your pardon.
You wanted to be head of state.
You. Please.
If you respect me, speed it up a little bit.
I respect you.
And care about the women. Care about the girls who are thrown in jail.
Please,
if you want me to let you talk, please care about the girl.
All right, Pansat.
Can you please
Larry is not a bruiser. You can tell. So there's no point trying to. He's not a bruiser.
I know it's Baba. He changed his voice. I know it's Baba. If you know why I'm giving a hard time, I'm not letting him fool me. That's Baba taking his time to talk here, right? Trying to fool us. Who else is going to sound like that? It's Baba now. Nobody's going to come here and say, jail a girl for spraying money. That's 6 months. Who else is going to say that but Baba? There's nobody like that out here.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. So sorry about that, Larry. But if you've ever listened to this platform ever, then you know that Pansat is a culture all of his own. But back to you.
So obviously, right? I just hope they're able to put in some of this policy and everybody is able to rally around the government, to ensure that this is actually solved. Because even we in the diaspora, every day it breaks my heart, right, to see that country going down and to see the economy really going down. It breaks my heart every day. So I just hope that everybody can actually rally around, and the National Assembly, the judiciary, everybody rally around the country and ensure that they are really able to really solve this problem.
Yes, very good. Thank you. All
right, Pansat. Give me a break. Give me a break. All right. Thank you, Larry. I was going to take you to one more talking point, but because Pansat interrupted you so much, let me take you to that one more talking point. This wasn't on the list. It's just been sent in now. So we watch this together. Give us the first reaction to it, and then we'll move the conversation on. Larry, watch this. Let me make sure that yes.
In the case of armed robbery, on 12th January 2024, at about 08:45 hours, one Kashimawo Emmanuel male of Taswell, Ijebu-Ode, reported at the station that while he was driving in his Toyota Venza car with registration number LSD 813EX, brown in color, that he came across a gang of 4 armed men, and one of them was putting on a police round neck camouflage, while 3 others were muffed. They demanded for his phone, which he calmly declined. In the process, one of them fired a shot into the air, and that was when he complied. They entered into his car and took him away towards Shagamu Expressway. On getting to Ososa, they made a U-turn to Ijebu-Ode, where a sum of 312,000 naira was forcefully transferred from his account to an OP account number 909-782-9766. Upon the receipt of this report, the DPO quickly made a call to the OP account number, where it was discovered that OP account belongs to a POS operator in Ijebu-Ode. The DPO then gave instruction that on no account should the POS operator give out the money transferred to that account to anyone who comes for it. More so, the operator should tactically delay anyone who comes for the money pending his arrival. On getting to the POS shop at Ibadan Garage, one first number 513707, Corporal Idowu Sunday, attached to Ijebu-Ife, was met waiting to cash the money and was promptly arrested. While taking him to the station, he cited his accomplices, namely AP number 341113, Inspector Taiwo Kolawole, and AP number 309292, Inspector John Ogwe, both attached to Ijebu-Ife Division, and one civilian, Adesina Matthew, who happened to be the driver, was also arrested. Exhibits recovered from them include type 06 rifle, one AK-47 rifle, and one Toyota Camry. In the course of investigation, 2 other victims who had earlier or been attacked came forward and identified them to have earlier robbed them of their belongings in the like manner. The 3 policemen have been tried in the room and dismissed. They will be charged to court soonest. Equally recorded a case of.
All right. What do you make of that, Larry? So we've always known that the police are armed robbers, but in what is now emerging is that they're now literal armed robbers.
You see, the thing is, if you look at Nigerian police, right, it's not like they just started all those things. The only difference is, with the era of social media, people are now beginning to see what they do. It's not like they just wake up and start doing all those things. If how everybody knows Nigerian police, they do some of all those things, right, normally. And, some of them don't even know. That's why some of them are actually caught off guard, right? Because they don't even know that people are now beginning to know more, that you need to kind of like record some of these things that these guys do, trail the transaction and everything. So in most cases now, people don't even argue with the police. You know, all you need to do is just look for an evidence, right? Even if they catch you and they're like, yeah, you need to transfer your money and everything. Just give it to them. Just make sure you keep an evidence that you definitely use in getting them. So I'm not surprised, you know, and mostly, right, it's because people are now beginning to ask questions. That's why you now see the police hierarchy now coming out to discipline some of those police. So, but yeah, I think more of this should definitely come, and you know, rather than people arguing with them, because you can't even trust some of these police. I've seen people arguing with police, and they had to, like, you know, shoot them and stuff like that. So it's more like I would just want to, like, you know, give it to them, look for a way to kind of like record them. I know I would definitely get my money back with a lot of apology from the police. So it's normal. Hopefully we see more of these things and people are beginning to get evidence against some of these police, and people are beginning to know more and more about all the bad things that some of the bad elements in the police do.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Larry. Let's go on from you, Larry. Let's go to Pansat, who can wait to speak. So, Pansat, the floor is yours. Go to
Thank
the
you very much.
conversation as you feel. Yeah.
And let me ask Larry, with 1 second, what you mean the bad things they're doing? You mean some of it are criminal, though, right? It's not just they're doing a bad thing or the wrong thing. What these police officers are accused of doing and what you are familiar with them doing are criminal, serious offenses, right? Would you say?
Yeah. Obviously, in every institution, you know, as we have bad police, obviously, you know, we also have good police, but we have
Right.
the
We do have good police, but the allegations against this particular officers was elucidated by their chief there.
Of course.
And then, do you believe that the ones in the southeast who are even accused of more sinister things, including killings, including the military, that it's not plausible that they're doing those sort of crimes? So it's not just bad things. They're being accused of doing something killers could do, right? You understand? Armed robbery, do blah, 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 stuff like that, kidnapping. It's not a stretch to say kidnapper killed. Is that a stretch?
No.
It's not a stretch, and it's not a bad thing. It's a criminal offense. It's a most egregious offense. But anyway, let me take back my time from you. And I don't know if you're new. I hope when you come back here again, it's a kind of a rapid session where your time, you're not going to be given the courage to just take your time like you did today, walking on molasses and just, you know, chilling and talking, right? So we want to bring it down to a nutshell and get to the point. Hit harder. Now, I am going to be very brief today because what I want to talk about is consequences, reverberations, ramifications. If somebody comes here and they talk and they won't let anybody hear, let's, for example, we're debating the elections. Who should lead our country? What portfolio, what kind of character should we have lead our country? And somebody come up here and they're very noisy. They won't let anybody talk. And they're giving the courage to go ahead. Okay, make your point, land. Let's hear your genius. And they keep blabbing away, making a lot of errors that will be later identified as fallacious, dishonorable, unethical even, indictable errors, mistakes, to put it kindly. And then later on, we find out that they're wrong. There has to be consequences for that. You just don't come back again and then start from where you stopped the last time, lecturing people who are smarter than you, who try to caution you and admonish you at the time, because these things hurt us. You come here and you're louder than everybody. The frequency modulation is off the charts. Of course, amplitude as well. And I know I chimed in. I said, look, Bishop, take it easy when you're here talking. You're too loud and you're talking a lot. And you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So it's not about election.
Will you please keep my name out of your stinking, rotten mouth?
Please,
Will you? I can get rough and
this is not about him coming in here making noise and you let him do it, right? That's not
you think you are the only one that can be
right now
saucy
or remove him
and
the way you do
outwardly
everybody
stupid?
else. Don't let him insult me because
it's a jelly that fits you truly. How can he remove? Who are you? Who be your papa? Who be your papa?
Let me
Who be your papa?
All right.
Who be your papa?
Pansa, don't prod at him because of course.
Who be your papa? Who is your father? You son of a dog.
All right. Let's not degenerate it, Pansa.
It's not me. Why are you admonishing me? He's interrupting.
It is you. It's who? Did I mention your name? You don't even exist to me.
I can mention his name.
Stop! You can't. Stop being a nuisance.
All right, Panzat, carry on, but don't prod at it.
I'm not gonna prod at him, but please mute him though. I don't want you to keep admonishing.
If you prod, I will respond. If you prod at me, I will answer you.
One man, I said,
brainless, spineless,
all right, Panzat, carry on.
Consequences, please. I don't want any more admonition. I want him shut down from interrupting me.
No, you were
you cannot shut me down. If you mention my name, I will answer you. You brainless, spineless,
my submission. I'm not going to insult him.
Ijele was right about you after all.
Please.
One man. Carry on, Panzat. Carry on.
One man. Did you remove him? Don't behave like a Yoruba guy. Remove him right now. I want consequences. Remove him now.
You are a coward. You are a bastard and a coward. A bastard and a coward you are.
Let's settle down now. Bishop, let him carry on. Carry on, Panzat.
Please remove him. I want some consequences. That's what I'm talking about.
Carry on, Panzat.
All right.
Carry on.
So, like I said, somebody come here and they're speaking baloney out of nothingness. With misbehavior, rubbish, blathering around. And they will come to find out that they're wrong. Practically on everything about that election. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Tinubu built Lagos. Tinubu did this. Tinubu this. Opinto did this. And then, once they rigged the election, he came here and he hopped and popped. And then once the economy went down, everything started going down. He ran away from here. I kept looking for him. For weeks, this boy was nowhere to be found. So now he must have been under the bed somewhere watching us. And he saw the others come back here and there was no consequences. Nobody is saying, hey, look, you were wrong. So he snuck back in here. And I've been watching it. It's been quite an interesting progression because he started off by just sitting there, chiming once in a while, here and there. And I was watching to see if he's going to apologize for getting it so wrong, criminally wrong, ruining our country.
Your father is a criminal. Your father is a criminal. You are stupid. I will answer you anytime you disrespect me. You foolish, spineless nincompoop. I will not stand here and listen to your gibberish. You animal. It is Ijele that fits you. All this rubbish you are talking, and look, if you prod at me, I will answer you.
One man, I'm waiting for you to do something.
I will answer you. If you prod at me, I will answer you. You
spineless nincompoop. You put this boy.
I think Ijele was right. I won't use those words Ijele used. I won't use them. But he was right about everything he said about you.
You cannot.
And let me tell you something for free. Let me tell you something for free. Look, listen. You this pig, you this dog. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm going to give you.
I'm not going to let you on the mark. I'm going to deal with you right now.
Pansat, I'm going to throw a challenge at you. Tell me your city.
You know what?
Tell me your city. And in 7 days, I will be in your city and I will challenge you. You spineless nincompoop. You stupid, ignorant, ignoramus. Are you silly or something? You think you can rough ride on everybody? Ijele really fits you. Look, keep my name out of your rotten, stinking mouth. I don't mention your name.
Mute
I
yourself.
don't descend. I don't
Mute
descend to
yourself
your
right
level.
now. Mute
I'm
yourself.
treating myself and that's exactly what I'm doing.
Mute
I'm
yourself.
responding to you because you are
No,
spineless.
mute yourself.
You are weak. You are spineless. You are
Mute
weak.
yourself.
You are lazy. You are a coward, a bloody coward, bloated mouth, a drunkard. Tell me your city, I'll pay you a visit and I will surprise you.
How are you gonna pay me visit
Spineless
to
idiot.
Nigeria? You can't even get a visa, right?
I don't even need a visa. You just tell me, be bold enough to tell me your city. Be bold. I say, I challenge you. If you are not a dog and the son of a dog, if you are not a dog and the son of a dog, tell me your city. Tell me the city and the state you live in. You bloody non-entity, you ignorant, you spineless pig. Ijele really fit you. Ijele's description of you was perfect, was spot on. You are exactly what he said you are. You drunkard. You come and punk at everybody thinking that you are the only one that can go loony. Hey, we can match your madness for madness.
Like I
We
said,
just want to be civil. Look, I made my choice, and I will make my choice over. And shut up, you stinking rubbish! Shut up when I'm talking.
Right?
You shut shut your fucking rubbish mouth up when I'm talking to you. You shut up when I'm talking to you. I am not your mate. By every standard and level, I am, and I will put you in your place. You, if you are bold, if you are strong enough, tell me your city. Tell me your city. I will pay you a visit. You nonsense, brainless idiot.
I will come to
I said, if you are bold, mention your city. If you get through head, if your papa and your mama born you, if you were not conceived the way Ijele said you were conceived, you tell me your city. If you were not conceived the same way the way Ijele said, you baby factory product, a waste. If you are not exactly what Ijele called you, you mention your city, spineless nincompoop.
All right, gentlemen.
Please remove him. Let me land my point.
Carry on, but don't prod at him. When I
please
say don't
remove him from the platform, though.
No, but
you better go. Why should you remove me? So that I won't answer you.
Because you said you're gonna come to my city. Are you in Nigeria? You don't have a visa. How are you gonna pay me a visit?
If you continue to prod at him, I'll put you back in the ring. And
I challenge you.
don't know how
mention your city. In 7 days, I will visit you. I will visit you.
Look, one man. I don't know how to fight like a Yoruba guy.
You don't know
right?
how to fight dirty.
Make noise.
You don't know how to fight dirty. So
I know how to fight like an Igbo man, right? I don't know how to fight like a Yoruba guy.
So what happened with the Ijele then when it was slapping you around?
Ijele is a fellow Igbo man like me, so I didn't want to cut off his nuts, but I still dealt with him.
All right, to the topic.
Anyway,
yeah.
So what I'm saying to you is that we cannot have somebody come here for months. He was running around this platform, doing exactly what he did now. You heard him say, give him my seat in the United States. He's going to pay me a visit. This boy's never left Nigerian shores. He cannot get a visa. Now, he wants people listening to your show to be, just for that, you should ban him for weeks. So he knows that you cannot come here and just talk anyhow. There are many ways for us to figure out somebody who's just here running their mouth. And this is one of the kids that does that here. And you have to be honorable, one man, and do something about it. This is not an infraction.
All right, Pastor. So do you have any thoughts on Nigerians' rights to bear arms?
Of course, Nigerians have rights to bear arms given to them by God, not by... I said that yesterday to you, right? Nigerians, coward Nigerians, they come here, especially people from the southwest and the southeast. They come here, give us right to bear arms. Who's going to give you right to bear arms? There are rights given to us by God. Those are inalienable rights. How you know a coward, somebody who comes and says,
is that part of the Bible? Which inalienable right you're talking about?
Where's AK-47 in the Bible?
It's in there.
AK-47.
Everything is in there. But look, let's not trivialize. This is a serious question you asked me, right? But I'm giving it to you straight. I'm not like Larry here. It's gonna take all day, milk toast, wasting all the time in the war, talking about supply and demand in Nigeria. I'm gonna give you the answer. Only a coward is gonna go to Muslims, not non-Muslims. I say, oh, give us the right to bear arms. Who? Lord, to the right to bear the arms they got. Where did they get the right to bear their arms? Because they cobbled together an Islamic army and police harassing people, terrorizing people. You saw the one you asked Lade, the last question I asked him. Those are Muslims. They may be in Yoruba land, they may be in Igbo land, but those are the Muslims terrorizing people. It's not in our blood, Nigerians, real Nigerians, to kill.
Curiously, the man advocating for the right to bear arms is a Muslim too. Nedunwoko is a Muslim.
Nedu, yeah, Nedu. I don't know. It's an Igbo guy, but not
it's a Muslim. Yeah,
it's not pure. Any Igbo Muslim is a Wayo man. There's no real Igbo person. Any Igbo, how you know you're a Wayo man is anybody says I'm Igbo and I'm Muslim, right? He's doing some kind of fraud. Do you understand? The Igbos are not wired to be Muslims. It's not in our blood. It's antithetical to our nature. We are for Chi. We know who made us. But to tell you the truth, anybody who's saying, "Oh, give us the plebiscite to go and decide if we're gonna leave Nigeria," it's a coward and it's an idiot. Anybody says, "Oh, we need to restructure. Please let us restructure," it's an idiot, right? There's no need to beg these people for anything. Besides, remember, they're not playing. Their brain is this small. They believe that we're conquered people, that we're defeated, and basically they're just taking money from us according to the tenets of their religion. Make no mistake about it. Now, this is one of the most important things I'm going to tell you guys today. If you don't see me ever again, just remember what I told you. We are at war with Northern Islamic Muslims. That's it. It's not complicated. We solve that problem, and we solve it by taking it to them. Crusade. Well, we have to revitalize that age-tested thing, because it's nothing but a stupid little thing anyway. We need to go after them and defeat them. Nothing else. Every problem else will be solved in the country. It's not tribal, it's not clannish, it's a religious war. They do not believe in democracy. They believe in some kind of council, Islamic council. It's part of the tenets of their religion. Now, what they've done, I guess, in connivance with Britain, is to do it like this. Okay, we could have an election, but the outcome of that election is going to be determined by Islamic, say, Supreme Court, like a council. That's the kind of deal they made in the echelon of political power internationally. They right now, that's what they're doing, but they're not going to be content with that very much longer. So we have to solve that problem. One man, you are smarter than this. You know better. How could you be here day after day, week after week with people you're smarter than? Do you understand what I'm saying? You assembled.
I've developed the capacity to tolerate you.
What I'm saying, we could laugh, but I'm trying to tell you the truth. You know better than your panelists. That's not smart. Instead, just stay
I don't know better than anyone. No,
hold on.
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised how dumb I am. But don't let that leak out. But
you correct them and you do that, and I see that. I'm not saying you're the smartest Bob in the room or anything. I'm just saying that you like to surround yourself with people you're smarter than, so that they keep ratting off like this. Bishop guy, right?
Don't throw that.
Dumb as a bell. He hasn't been.
I have cure for your madness. So if you come at me, I will come back. I have your time. I have your time, and I will beat you. Shut up when I'm talking. Shut up! I'm not your mate. Shut up when I'm talking. Shut your trap. Shut up your mouth when I'm talking. Shut up! Shut up! Shut your stinking rotten mouth. Shut up when I'm talking. Shut up! Shut your stinking rotten mouth when I'm talking. Shut that your dirty stinking trap when I'm talking. Shut up!
Yes, one man. Bansat, I think you don't have to go after anybody. If somebody go after you, I think you will respond.
But so you heard me. You heard him going after me and insulting me. I didn't go after him. What did I say? I said that he came here and he talked about elections and he was wrong. You were here.
He doesn't want you. Hey, Pansa.
Oh, he cannot control what I say. He cannot.
You are even a coward. You are not even bold enough to say what to say.
See?
You are not even bold. Look at you. You are a spineless coward.
What are you calling me for? Talk to that kid that's abusing me.
Your father is declared. I am not your mate. I can tell you boldly. I am not. Ajalekoko, let me answer this dog. Let me answer him once and for all. Let me answer him. Ijele is your medicine. Go and take your medicine. You are sick in the head.
Are you guys watching a Yoruba guy trying to?
You are sick in the head. One on one, you are no match for me in everything. So stay on your lane, maintain, make your contribution, and keep your dirty mouth shut.
Stay away from being an arbiter. Just stay away from it. Now, look, one man, mute that guy because I'm almost finished. Let me lie. Mute both of them. Mute
I think what you came to do tonight is not to cause disruption. You didn't came to talk.
No, I'm making my point. The guy is insulting me and my
be going
family.
After people, you can't be, you have said.
Tell me one thing I said.
Tell me one thing I said that's going after him. You have said a lot of things. You have said a lot of things against Bishop.
Like what?
You wouldn't. I mean, for him, and he has the right to respond. So if you have not said anything,
stay out of it then. Stay out of it. Let me talk. Let him respond. Stay out of it.
Just go straight. Don't mention him. Don't make any reference.
I'm gonna mention him. I'm gonna mention him.
And then if you are attacking his personality, he will attack you. And a lot of people still want to talk. I want to talk. You can't stay here for the whole day, man. This is wrong. You can't go. You are the one. You went after Larry when Larry was talking. You are saying he was talking gibberish. He was talking like a baby. How can you be talking like this? This is wrong, man. And the same way you are attacking Bishop. You think everybody gonna be? You think everybody will be so calm like Larry? The way calm. I mean, Larry took it calmly and didn't respond to you.
Okay, stay out. Stay out. Stay out of it.
You should stay out, man. What you are doing tonight, you just come to disrupt the session, man. You are not coming to contribute anything.
No, right now I'm answering the question he asked me about.
You've been going. You went after Larry. You went after Bishop. Maybe who else are you going to? I mean, is this the way you want to? What are you trying to do tonight, man?
Okay, now listen. I'm answering the question about Nigeria.
Hold on a second, Pansa. See, actually, I actually enjoy you when you go on an intellectual discourse on any topic. But quite frankly, when you go after people, you're not the person to go after Bishop. I think you know that. It's the last person you want to go after.
No. Listen to me.
But on a serious note, I do enjoy when you talk. Why don't you keep it to your discourse, really? Because it's really...
stay out of it. Stay out of it too. Now listen to this.
All right, Pansat. Don't be rude to any more person. Just go through the topic.
Pansat, I want you to know one thing.
Will you give me a break here? Let me land.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Pansat, let me tell you something.
Tell me.
When you are talking strictly on issue, do you know that a lot of people enjoy you? And I'm one of them.
I understand that, but that's
you
not
don't
my
know.
mission here.
You don't know.
That's not my mission, though. I appreciate that.
You don't know. But when you start going after people, that is when you mess everything up for yourself.
Okay. All right. Let me. First of all,
when you go straight to the issue, a lot of people enjoys you.
All right. Thank you. I know that, right? Listen to me. I know that. I like to be liked.
Enjoy you, man.
You know, I like to be enjoyed. I like to be liked, right? But that's not what I'm here for. Now, I hope I'm liked. But when somebody comes here,
all right. No, you've done that already.
Okay, so I want to stick to the topic, but one man, I gave you the answer. But John Loco is somebody you revere, you respect him. I thought you wanted me to tell him. Let me tell him that I do like that. Sometimes I come here and we play around a little bit, right? That's fine. But at some point, people can't come here. One man, I don't know how else to tell you this, right? You know what the insult I take from here? Look at that boy insulting me here. He couldn't even, if I'm in Nigeria right now, that boy couldn't even look at me in my eyes. He can't. He will shit his pants.
Pansat, listen to me. Just listen for a second. I'm being civil now. I'm being civil. I just want to say one sentence. I'm being civil. Give me 30 seconds times 3
I don't
of your time.
want to hear you being civil.
Give me 30 seconds. Just give me 30 seconds of your time.
Be yourself.
Pansat.
If you promise to be yourself, I'll give you 30 seconds.
Pansat,
I don't want to hear you civil.
Give me 30 seconds in times 3. You took 30 seconds of my time. So listen. Listen, Pansat.
Let Bishop talk.
Pansat, I'm equal to any task. Let's set this record straight. I am not your mate. All this you're rambling about one boy living in village in Ibadan. I'm living in a village in Ibadan, and I'm very proud. So I have challenged you to give me your city. I will pay you a visit in 7 days, anywhere you live in America.
Okay, thanks.
Just listen, let me finish. My 30 seconds are not finished. But can you just, I'm not going to respond to you anymore. Not whatever you say this night, I will not. And I will try and take it forward because you are not worth it. I won't respond to you. Just say you can mention my name 1,000 times. I won't even dignify you with a response. But I am not your mate. I am not your mate. Let that sink into your that sink into your empty skull. I am not your mate. Age-wise, in every experience, in what we have been, me and you will know the category.
All right.
I am not your mate by any standard.
All right. Okay. I think that's starting to wear. It's not entertaining anymore, Pansat. Let me move on from you. Go to.
No, let me land. I have to land now.
Are you speak to the topic, or I'll move on? Yeah.
I've only spoken to the topic, right? I'm saying that first of all, there are rights given to us by God Himself. Those rights are inalienable. Not Nigeria could take it away. Not United Nations could take it away. One of those is right to life. Right to life is not given by anybody now. They try to duplicate it and give it to you in the Constitution, but you have right to life, freedom and liberty. Now, how do you get those? You have to secure those with defending your life, defending yourself. So the short answer to that is that we have the right to bear arms. It's natural. Now, if we come together and give up that right at some point with caveat that's limited, we're giving the government we'll delegate some to the government and they give them limitations on how to use the power given them. That's fine, but we don't have a constitution where Nigerians actually came together and gave up their rights to anybody. So we've been operating with a temporary, shambolic constitution, and I think it will suffice. But what it doesn't do is to take away our rights. Now, I'm actually an advocate to go back and get these people who have been buying people in our country. I'm talking about as far back as forensic activities could show. So that's my position. Short answer, yes, we have the right to bear arms, period. What's the next one?
All right. They moved then to shore up the Naira and the latest strategy shutting down Bureau de Change. Do you think this will work?
It will not work because they're not sincere, right? The Bureau de Change bullshit they're doing, it's an Islamic tenet. It's terrorism. They've been doing it for a long time now. They didn't start it today, but this time they've taken it over the top. It's part of Islamic terrorism in Nigeria. So who's gonna solve it? This Tinubu that we're talking about, are you sure you're gonna see him again? When you talk, they say, "Oh, it's a conspiracy theorist." That's what they say about Buhari. It's not Buhari. You may not see Tinubu again. Maybe Shetima is already giving him the Abiola tea, and he's gone. Because I see Shetima quite active lately. The last couple of days, he's been effusively making his point. Now, who goes and run away from his country after he knows that the last guy for 8 years did that? What kind of disrespect is that? You're supposed to come out and say, "Look, I'm gone, I'm sick, or I'm gone, I'm going to give over power to XYZ." And then when people start going and killing people, bombing people, and doing, you run back home and say, "Hey, look, I can't get a minute rest here. I'm back because my country is going through XYZ, or the inflation is over 30%, right? And this exchange rate." No, I don't think Tinubu is even alive. To me, I have to be seeing him every day to know he's alive. The pretty much patchy evidence have been shown enough now that Every day that he wants us to believe he's alive, he has to make a live appearance, preferably to some press report that we actually trust, not just every pressman. He has to show that he's alive every day, else he's dead. He stole that mandate, and you know that. That's not a contention. But do you see people come here like what's his name here? There's Bishop guy here, and say, and even worry if Tinubu is alive. To him, it doesn't even matter. To him, it's a foregone conclusion that he's there. This is a sickly old man who probably doesn't know his ass from his mouth most of the times. He's gone now for weeks. And then there's been increased activity from northern Muslims.
Sorry, let me ask you this. I'm asking you, and this by extension, a question to your space. What's the object of this exercise? Because Tinubu will be the president for the next 4 years, probably 8 years. So is this going to be endlessly where you always will be? It seems like you are stuck in some sort of a repetitive loop.
Okay,
and not you being the example of that wider space. Jabba, jibby, every single time.
Absolutely,
nothing that coheres, nothing that hinges together. Just inane banality.
You can be wishing and just talking, right? Look, let me tell you the way the world works, right?
Right.
Everybody knows what we're talking about. You can wish it away. He did not win. Let me land now.
No, hold on. You will land. But it was this same window that you guys opened that allowed Buhari to get away with a lot of atrocity. When you went and packed in that banality, and then he just hid all of his atrocities behind your banality and feasted for 8 years. Is there no learning being taken from anything? Is there a capacity to learn in your space?
There's nothing to learn. There's something to actually teach.
Right.
See, you're not listening. When something illicit, unlawful has been done, felonious, right? Somebody stole the people's mandate. You're just not gonna wish it away. There'll be repercussions. There'll be this kind of things happening. He's illegitimate. It's not only in Nigeria, that's where it is worldwide. You cannot go because a people like Nigerians, true Nigerians, they're not quick to anger, right? They're not revolutionary, right? So they're watching. But there's Hani, there's Amadioha. In that land, he cannot do it. Buhari is like a madman. He did almost the same thing, not as frontal as Tinubu did it, right?
Let
me land now. Let me land.
No, because you're not really saying anything now.
You're not listening. You have to wax your ears. Wax your ears, because what you're saying is that
I wonder. You know what
you're saying? If somebody stole something, you're supposed to go.
What I'm actually wondering
I'm not going to talk about it again.
No. What I'm actually wondering is if your narrative and by you being the example of your space, if that narrative still are not Igbos, just
people who are against Tinubu.
No,
APC,
PDP. No, I'm talking about inane banality. I'm wondering if it still has the entertainment value that I think it has. Maybe I should just be moving on from it.
No, listen, one man. Let me ask you. You live over there. I don't know what kind of. I guess you have a bloody monarchy over there, right? So if somebody is a head of state and they disappear without a trace, or somebody runs an election and you just switch off the machine, right? I mean, I don't care where you are. It's nothing that is going to go away. I don't know how you handle it over there where you are, but something is wrong. There's unemployment is off the charts. The currencies went to like 15, 16, 2,000, whatever the hell it is, right? They are stealing money left and right. They're not doing it. There's nothing right. They got right. They're not doing anything right. He stole the election. So what do you want people to say? Are you supposed to go, okay, it's been 2 weeks now, let's talk gibberish and talk how nice Tinubu is? You are the one who is talking banality, who is insufferable. You're the one who don't get it.
All right,
You
a couple
understand?
more minutes, Mansat, and then we move
So
on.
vapidity,
Is one thing, yeah.
And triteness in your discussion. What do you want to hear? You assemble us here to express our view.
I want to have a nuanced conversation that is frontal to the improvement of a country.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to hear inane banality. No. I don't want to hear thumping. I don't want to hear just.
You want to hear platitudes?
That's exactly what I don't want to hear. I just don't want to.
Okay, so now listen to me then. Let me ask you this.
I think it has a micro moment for the entertainment value that it brings.
No.
But it cannot be the main diet of.
You have the wrong guy. Listen,
yes, just jabba, every single day.
Nothing
that compares, nothing that hangs together.
No, listen to me.
Just a name, whatever.
No, but listen, one man. We're in a country where the president, quote unquote, is gone.
Right.
For weeks, we don't know where the hell he is.
Well, so why would you say that? How is that a conversation?
Okay, where is he?
Okay, if you don't know where it, just 1 more minute and then I'll move on. This is wearing thing. This is one thing.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, show me.
All right. Thank you. Let's go on from you to Ajane Koko. Ajane Koko, you're up next.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So what's going on, one man?
Yeah, but we were trying to have a conversation about the goings on, and the Tinubu administration tried to grapple with a myriad of challenges that the country is faced with. And the biggest challenge, of course, the biggest challenge in security, but that's cheek by jowl with the state of the Naira that is hemorrhaging. So they are trying to plug that hole, but they don't really seem to know where the leak is. Their latest attempt now, Tinubu's government shuts down Bureau de Change centers in Abuja to save face. Lagos market in panic. But then, of course, a lot of people feel that Bureau de Change portal is the real portal for hemorrhaging the value of the Naira. Even our guest yesterday hinted in that direction that the illicit money that is stocked in soccer ways all over the Nigerian expanse, that as soon as a glut of Naira comes into the system, they go and dig out these dusty Nairas and clean it via that route. So what are you then making then of this government's latest attempt shutting down the Bureau de Change?
Yes, I think it's a good move. They said they restricted it to Abuja for now, right? Is that what you said?
Yes, they've moved first against the Abuja centers, but I think the FCC is also circling around that space. So they are starting to identify that might well be where the leak is coming from.
Yeah, it's a good move, but I think they should have done it all over the Federation. All Bureau de Change must be closed down. They have to scrap them. They must not allow them to operate again. It is Bureau de Change that Babangida introduced to us in the 80s. I think it's largely responsible to the devaluation of our currency, because when Babangida introduced SAR and then allowed Bureau de Change to start operation, since then we never got the value of our currency right. If I may remember, during Babangida time, the same crap that they are saying now, all these nonsense excuses. Oh, Naira never got his Naira value I mean, never. I mean, what do they normally say? They said Naira never got its value right, or something like that, or we should allow Naira to get its value right.
Its true value, I think, is what
Its
they
true value, yeah.
Yeah.
Let Naira get its true value. This is the same nonsense that all people, the operator of Nigeria economy back then, this is the same crap they were saying now. Let the true value of the Naira, let the market determine the true value of the Naira. And as a matter of fact, they were saying that it's going to be the true value of the Naira then. They were saying it should be around $3. It's going to it's $3. When Babangida came in, I think it was 1-to-1, 1 Naira to $1. And pounds was like 2 pounds to $1. And since he introduced this structural adjustment program and brought the change as alternative market to exchange Naira to dollar, Naira suffered devaluation day in, day out, year in, year out, century in, century out, up to where we are today. And we are seeing where we are today, 1,500. So I think the government is trying to take a bold step, but they are not going far enough to, help the situation. And what I mean by they are not going far enough is that you can't do trial and error. Whatever you want to do as a government and an effort to finding solution to economic problem, you must have done your homework well. You must have get your solution right and implement it, enforce it effectively. So what they have done, they are not, to me, I think it's not going to, the economy of Nigeria is Lagos. The financial sector that determines the exchange rate is Lagos. Why Abuja? Why not go frontally against them in Lagos? Even when the central bank is even moving some operation to Lagos, operation that has to do with monetary policy and operational department of central bank and monitoring and inspection and all these things. They are in Lagos. They've just been moved to Lagos. So I think it looks that they're trying to do something, but they are not going all out against this Bureau change. So I would suggest that they should go all out by declaring that Bureau. They should revoke their licenses. They should be proscribed, and they should make a pronouncement that whoever that operates Bureau de change after social date is operating illegal financial Bureau de change is operating illegal Bureau de change, and therefore is, and such person will be regarded as economic saboteur, a financial criminal, and that person will be sentenced. Whoever that is caught doing this will be sentenced to 30 years in jail without option. That is what the government can do. So government should declare illegal bureau de change operation illegal across the country. What you're going to see, one man, you will see appreciation in the value of naira. That.
Babajan,
Yes.
please, can I ask you a question?
All right.
Okay. Do you think the present government have the capacity to run those guys out of business?
Look, Larry.
What if they just declare them illegal? How about that? Are they even legal or just a quasi legal?
You know, why I actually asked that question is because of politics. And
It's because they are dominated by their bookies, Abi. Is that what you mean?
yeah, it's part of it is that because of politics. And that's why for me, I'm always more like, when are we going to have a government that will not really, care about politics and care more about tackling issues? So that's why I'm more like, do you think present government, the way the
For all of our Pansat's gobbledygook, there is some, you can unpick a little bit from what he said. If we don't take out that feudal north, which is and the Bureau de Change space is still an extension of the feudal north. If we don't, and I think Nigeria is in mortal fear of the feudal north, and that is really, it's still the same story, isn't it?
So, Larry, politicians in Nigeria, a lot of them own those bureau de change. If not directly, they own them indirectly. Their friends, their cronies are the owners, and they uses their position in government to favor them. So, and I believe that's the reason why the president and his team are not going all out against them, because they are members of their party, they are members of the political class, and they favor each other some kind of way. So I think the president or this administration should, declare the operation. They should revoke their licenses, declare the business illegal, and I want to tell you, Naira will record appreciation in value. This happened year back in 83. I mean, this parallel market, black market as you call them, was declared illegal by Buhari Idiagbon administration. The same as we are witnessing today was what we experienced back then. I'm not saying it was very bad as we have it today, but back then, before the civilian came in 1979, the black market operation was not noticeable. I'm not saying they didn't do it, but they do it on the ground. Was not noticeable. But during the time of Second Republic, between 79 and 83, we saw this black market, in Bristol, in Martins, and Broad Street, they were limited in that area. And Ikeja Hotel, Ikeja Airport Hotel, they're just scanty of them. They are not. You cannot, but you can see them on the street at the corner side in Lagos Island, around Broad Street, Bristol, Martin Street, and those places. You can see them. But when they are going to declare them as illegal, our naira appreciated in value because naira value was already going down. It appreciated, and all of them were so scared. They ran away because the military, even I could remember back then when, some of our people came from London and they have, some pounds, and they trying to change it to, what's the little difference? Maybe a difference of maybe 50 kobo or 1 naira, and they want to change like 300 pounds, and they say, oh, that little difference makes something. I mean, we have to be very careful because it's illegal. You that want to change money and person that want to change you the money, if you are caught, both of you will go to jail. So they enforce it. The military government then under Buhari and the enforce it. So everybody ran away. So this is what do you call it? Tinubu's government. This is what they should do. As they declare the Bureau de Change illegal and, revoke their licenses, they should declare the black market illegal as well. The black market, you cannot have a rivalry market that is destroying the monetary market of the country. The monetary market of the country is in jeopardy. And as long as the federal government allow this black market to operate, you can never get your economy right. That is just the fact. They will always sabotage every policy made by the government. Because the little difference you have there, if it's $3, if it's 3 naira, if it's 10 naira, if it's 100 naira, that gives them the strength to work strong and continue to dominate, the monetary market. So, except government have to go all out, the black market must not operate again in Nigeria. Only the commercial bank should exchange money to anybody. Only in, only the commercial bank should be the only bank that you can walk in and exchange your dollar or whatsoever. And it has to be, for business. If we that in outside the country are sending money home, it should be exchanged, it should go through the banking system, and our people should be given.
What sort of sorry, I think Prince wants to interject, but what sort of economic model is that? But Prince Daddy, you wanted to come in.
Is that hold on one. Is there what sort of economic model in that? Can you?
Yes, some authoritarianism.
Hold on. Can you freely exchange money on the street of London?
London is not London is not Nigeria now. What are you talking about?
Can you freely exchange pounds?
Yeah, but London is a sophisticated economy now.
Stop it, one man. What do you mean sophistication? So our own should remain like that. That we don't want to be sophisticated. We want to be bullcrap forever. No, we have to operate the way economy of the world, progressive economy of the world, the way they operate, That is the same way we must operate. You think the way that London operates like that, that doesn't allow this street market economy, do you think they're stupid? It will destroy the economy of Britain. It will destroy it. They will be like us. They'll be useless than Nigerian economy. So, because it means that the monetary the monetary market is not in control of the money in the economy. The greater percentage of the money in the economy is outside the monetary market, and that is what is giving us this problem. So they have to go all the way out. They have to go out frontally against all this illegal way of exchanging currency. You know, that is the only way out. We sending money here, we should send money into bank account of a recipient in Naira. I mean, a recipient bank account in Nigeria. And the recipient should be given.
Let me interject.
The recipient should be given Naira and not dollar. If you send money to your people here, they should be able to get it in dollar. It should only be in Naira. That is the only way out. So, Prince Daddy, come in.
Oh yeah, thanks, Angelico. Yeah, I agree with what you said actually in totality, but the exchange. See, it used to be like that. See, the people in power, obviously, the beneficiary of the system. Okay, they were the ones that convinced, I don't know, the central bank or the president, whomever, to change that policy. Why? Because we needed more dollars in the economy. Okay, so now if you go get your money from the bank, they give you direct dollar for the transfer. That is what is going on right now, and that was supposed to help the economy. Okay, that was supposed to help the economy. Now, before we go after illegal money exchange sources, what about we concentrate first on the legal institutions, just like the bureau de change you're talking about? Those are legal, right? They're not illegal. Those are legal institutions that have license to operate.
Do you think the license should be revoked, like Ajaleko was suggesting?
Yes, yeah, I'm agreeing with Angelico. The licenses should be revoked, like immediately, like today, tomorrow, really, because they say when the lay people like myself talk, unlike Cardoso with all the credentials, it sounds to me like Cardoso and these people in power, including Tinubu, may not have a clue about what is going on with this issue. I don't think they have a clue. I say it all the time. They try to apply the Western model to solve their problem, but they don't have the same problem. That dumb thing to do, to go borrow money at a high exorbitant interest rate to try to revive the naira, it's a dumb thing to do. How long are they going to continue to do that? For them to survive, they need like $500 billion or more to do anything meaningful. What is $3 billion going to do for Nigeria's economy? Isn't that a joke? It sounds. I mean, so you have to. If you look at people operate, you get to know and have an idea what they're all about if they understand the question or the problem they're trying to resolve. And it sounds to me they don't. They absolutely do not have a clue what is going on. See, when the Western world, when it went after Russia, when they with their military exercise in Ukraine, if you guys didn't forget, they went after Russia with everything they had in their arsenal to destroy Russia's economy. They did. Because Russia is not crumbled right now, and they're begging for, and the people are begging for food on the street. That's why we're not talking about it. Only if you knew the level of attack that they did on Russia, you would know that it was a really serious issue. This lady, Evera Nabulina, she was the Russian central bank governor. She's a genius. She's brilliant. She's everything. She's everything that Nigeria needs. It's amazing they don't go pursue such people for advice on how to solve Nigeria's problem. I'm telling you, this lady single-handedly revived or sustained Russia's economy that the West was trying to destroy. And in fact, guess what? One man, I hope you guys know that. A month or two after the what they call the blitzkrieg on Russia's economy, the Russian currency, the ruble, became the strongest currency in the world. In the world, for like after 3 months, it was stronger in that period than the pound sterling and the Deutschmark and the dollar. You know why? Because they were able to. They did miracle. This lady I just mentioned her name. She did miracle. These are the people that understand how global economy works. These are the people that know how things work.
Hello? Sorry. Is that Bishop? Oh, I think we were both bouncing off Bishop.
No, I wanted to chip in something, if you doesn't mind.
Yeah, let me land real quick. So, this lady, these are the people that know how things work, not people like Cardoso that have an Harvard managerial degree in whatever, in leadership. These are jokers.
You know, she did not actually do anything especially clever. What she did was to she localized the economy into their currency. That's just the thing. And she said then that anybody that wants to transact with Russia has to do that in the ruble. So they still had to buy the ruble with whichever exchange, whichever currency. And of course, the whole of Europe depended on Russia for gas. So she just domesticized the economy, and that was it. You know, it wasn't.
Well, man, you make it sound simple. You make it sound simple. Sometimes the simple solutions are what we need, but you make it sound so simple and simplistic. I don't believe that. That is one of the approach or the variable that she used. But she did more than that. It was just not just the monetary policy. You know, that physical policy also came to play. And in short, they applied the old definition of fascism, which is the strict regimentation of the economy for war. That's exactly what Russia did. See, that's what I'm saying. These guys, this Cardoso and their team, they don't have a clue what is going on. See, if you say she did something that simple and was able to wait off the Western world, I'm talking about the Western world, one man, America gripped the entire Europe. They came after Russia. They did. And so it can't be that simple. The way you just described it. I think it's more than that. More than I know.
Let me tell you what she did. Rational mind, your audio, mute and unmute your audio. Your device is not connected properly. Let me tell you what she did. So they cut Russia off SWIFT or this switch or SWIFT, which is the global space for financial transactions, and then they squeezed the economy with embargoes. And then what the Russians then did was to domesticize. So all of these are brand names. So the McDonald's, they changed it to an equivalent there. So they harnessed all of their economy from within, but then the things that they exported, they denominated it in their currency. So if you wanted one of the largest oil exporters, Russia, one of the largest gas exporter to Europe, Russia, and they denominated them in their currency that if you want to buy these things, you have to buy it in our currency. So those dollars and euros that they didn't want to come in, it was then gushing in because, of course, it was and it was right about the winter time as well, which was the peak of energy use in the West. So all she did was to domesticize their economy, and that's what she did. At least that's my understanding. I may be wrong, of course. Yes.
Well, man, that is fine. I'm not arguing with your presentation, but did she find a solution to the problem? But here we are in Nigeria. I think what we're dealing with is more like internal turmoil or internal problems. That's what we're dealing with. We don't necessarily have, of course, the dollar coming in and out, but we don't really have one nation or multiple nations attacking us. We don't have that. So whatever she did trust me, I think she's a genius and she's brilliant. So
It
Cardoso
was
and
a
his
clever
team,
move, though. It would, like you said, it could be simple,
nonetheless,
but still
yeah.
clever. So yes.
So
One more, can I chip
because
in?
Hold on, let
because
Prince
she
come.
understands, because she obviously she understands that the Russian economy. So it doesn't. It's how you make the move on the chessboard that matters really. She understands the economy, so applying the right solution to the problem is paramount. The fact that she knew what to do is more important than any complex model that is out there to be utilized. No, she knew what to do. Now back to Nigeria, Cardoso and his team and Tinubu. I don't think they have a clue about what to do. That's what I'm talking about here. Because if they did, that garbage $3.3 billion to try to stabilize the naira is one of the dumbest things to have done. Why? Because they went to the economic textbook and read out the rest of the normal world, do it, and they try to apply the same model. This is the problem I've always had with the smart people we have in Nigeria and in Africa. This is the problem. Obviously, just like Angelica said, that bureau de change, it's a big problem. And other problems along the line.
But it also has a political undertone, like was it Larry was saying? There's a real heavy political underbelly to that bureau de change space.
Like
because it's a northern dominated industry.
I understand that. Yeah, I think actually Bishop or somebody may have said that like a couple of months ago. I understand that. I know the people. Just one man. Why is that industry different than any other industry that has an arbitrage or that's being used as a weapon against the Nigerian people? It's not different. Who cares if it's owned by the Northerners or the Southeasterners? It doesn't matter. Do you want to talk about the crude oil? What about that? What else? Which economy do you want to talk about? Is it agriculture that we talk about? Oh, the senators or the governors, they own the land, they get a contract. The whole economy is like that. There's nothing unique about that. The fact that we have to tribalize it, or put a coloration to the subject about being another thing, it's almost irrelevant. Do they know what to do? Is the question. I said it 2-3 weeks ago. Whenever that look, Tinubu needs to go and he needs to understand the power brokers in that country. And go and negotiate with them, negotiate with these people, and it's not by arresting, negotiate whichever way possible to find a solution to the problem. It's beyond these models that they have. It's about being, and that's why I trust someone like Tinubu being able to do it because it's a good negotiator. He understands a lot of things and he's smart. So
do you think he has it within him to recognize that the direction of travel might be wrong and it needs to pivot quickly, or do you think he would double down on it just to save face or whatever? Because the direction of travel, it may well be, or maybe there has to be a deviation in the direction of travel, even if they are still headed in that direction. Do you know what I mean? Are they capacitated to have a clear understanding of because it's somewhat is very experimental, a lot of things that they're doing.
Well, it's not that's the problem, one man. It's not if it was experimental, that would have been good, one man. It would have been good because of what they tried this permutation, it didn't work, and so we understand what they're trying to do. But it's not been experimental at all. I'm telling you, one man, that they're using economic textbook model to solve the problem, and it's not working. It's not working. That's the problem.
President, can I
comment? Anyway, Bishop can comment. Sorry, thanks.
Okay, I thank you very much for your time. I just have one observation and one question. The observation was, I think somebody corrected you. The Russian currency was the best performing currency. And it was wrongly reported as the strongest, but that was not correct. It was the strongest performing currency for that year. Having said that, we have been on this issue over and again. I want to ask from you, especially, what were our expectations of the two two major decisions. What exactly were we expecting would be the fallout? Do we think when they remove the arbitrage, everything was going to fall into normal and Naira will begin to grow? Don't we think there is going to be some reaction, and exactly what we're saying? Maybe it's going a little bit too far, but I kind of was expecting that when they removed the fuel subsidy, that things were going to skyrocket, but it was a necessary. What was our expectation when those decisions were taken? Maybe we'll know, so we'll moderate, how what we're expecting. And secondly and finally, we have deliberated extensively on these things. But sometimes, if we can get what is the solution that we think will be the way forward, it might not necessarily be that's what they apply, because sometimes, even for medical doctors, and I know there are some medical doctors here, except you have a case whereby you can test, what do they call this? When you want to give antibiotics, to match. What's the name now? There's a medical term you medical doctors use for it. That you know which one, the reaction and the capacity to take care of what. Except you have what you use to test. Sometimes maybe you just give this, and if it doesn't work, maybe you increase the dose. If it doesn't work, maybe you increase the dose, or you give some combination and the rest. What do we think is going to be the solution?
Bishop. When they removed the fuel subsidy, let me tell you, I mean, this is just from my perception. When they removed the fuel subsidy and they removed the subsidy on the Naira, I think anybody with an IQ over 2 digits knows that difficult times are coming. And I think the country braced itself for those difficult times, but there doesn't seem to be, the way the Naira is helped. And by the way, removing the fuel subsidy should have counterweighted removing the subsidy from the forex space, because removing the fuel subsidy gushes in a lot of money into the Nigerian economy, and then that should then support the Naira looking for its value. So there should be some counterweighting in those two policies. But the way the Naira has been hemorrhaging so heavily, it doesn't. There's no systemic structures to it. There is nothing in the and there is nothing coming out of the central space as well that you can vest confidence in. So the whole thing just seems wishy-washy, somewhat handed. It doesn't seem structured or knowing.
Oh man, can I say something? Okay, yeah, let that person.
Yeah, come in, Akim.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. I actually came in because I was listening to Obajali Popo's submission. I think that was I think his submission was kind of misguided. I don't think you can apply those solutions under the military regime of Buhari at that time to the economic situation that we find ourselves today, one man. At the time, Obajali Popo, you yourself can categorically confirm that 90% or more of the food that we consume at that time were locally sourced. So this is a highly import-dependent economy today that we are facing. Majority, even the food that we consume today, you can even say 70% plus of the food that we consume today are kind of imported from outside of the country. A lot of the things that we use, one man, we're bringing them from outside. So if using Russia as an example it's even a mistake, because Russia does not have that level of dependency when it comes to importation. So you can look, one man. It is not about the Burundi change. It's about patriotism. Nigerians as people, one man. I went to Morocco, right? On the street of Morocco, you have 3-4 Burundi change. The dinar is still 10 to 1 euros in Morocco, 10, 11 to 1 euros in Morocco. It does not go falling like the way the Naira is crashing down today. Okay? But they have Burundi change. But what you don't have are maybe politicians who take their local currency and convert them into a dollar and then go and stash it. What you don't have is a governor or citizens throwing a lavish party in Grenada, then putting a lot of pressure on the local currency. So the institution of government, when it comes to enforcing laws, it's not working in Nigeria. So how are you going to enforce a law when you know that you don't even have the instruments to enforce the law in the first place? For me, I think the way they are trying to find a solution around the current system, the current situation that we find ourselves. To try to force people, it's just going to make it worse. Trust me. If you close Bureau de change today, the bankers will become the Bureau de change themselves. In fact, under that Buhari government, that was what was happening. They give money to the banks. What does the bank do? They'll sell it to the Bureau de change. Inside the bank, they will tell you, oh, we don't have dollar. But they will be the one directing you to a mala, to an aboki outside to change money for you. What is the government supposed to do when you have citizens that are compromising the system? Government, first of all, need to go and sort out our institution, the police or whatever instrument of government they need to use to fight a corruption. That is what they look. I think by now, the Tinubu government should be working on the reform of the security system, like the police, the DSS. They have to overhaul all those institutions if they want the country to genuinely work. Because as we speak today, one man, a lot of Nigerians are compromising the country.
All right. Larry, come in. Larry, you wanted to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think what I wanted to say was just close to what that person actually said. A
That
lot
was
of people are
that was
saying,
Hakeem.
yeah, a lot of people are saying run out the bureau de change, and I don't really think that's actually it. I think the major thing is just like if there's a way we can, leave the registered bureau de change, because averagely the total registered bureau de change in Nigeria is still a little bit around 6,000, and if you look at Abuja alone, go to Wuse 3, Wuse 2, go to Wuse 2, go to Wuse Zone 6. Averagely, people in Wuse that are selling dollars, right? You can see almost 10,000 people doing that business. So probably what they need to do is to run those other guys out, keep those things with the normal guy that you can track. Because like you said, you know, he mentioned a country where it's normal. Yeah, people sell, right? But I think the major thing is in those countries, it's within the system. They can track every foreign currency in the system. But Nigeria is just so crazy that you can't even track, how much is actually in the system. But another thing is, I think another thing I want to ask people is, you know, this issue of having former bankers heading CBN, I think to me, I don't think it's the right thing. And and probably I might be wrong. And I think part of the issue that Cardoso is actually having is too gentle. Probably he needs to have this kind of like Sanusi look that is ready to bring those policies, stamp it down and let it be. But I'm not sure if because he still needs the president, he needs the president's support to be able to do some of those things. And probably what I think he should do, this one, the National Assembly is actually calling him. So he should just tell them the truth. So to me, I think they know the right thing. It's not like they don't know the right thing, but they were afraid to do the right thing, right? Because they believe it's going to cost them a lot. Politically, it's going to cost them a lot. And, some of those guys are beginning to fight back. This present thing that you see, I think it's more like they are telling him that they want to fight back. So all those, and that's why I said it when we were talking about them bringing money. If you bring $100 billion into Nigerian economy, give those guys 2 weeks, they will mop it. Until you're able to handle the main issue, Tinubu just need to hold up and kind of like say, yeah, these are the guys that they are terrorists, right? Face them. And the major terrorists are even in that National Assembly itself, because those are the key guys. And if he tries to run those other guys out, you see them coming out. So what I think he needs to do is to, let Nigeria know these are the problems, these are the people, and I want to go against them. So probably he needs to go and consult people like Obasanjo to, give him that, he needs to just be able to stand firm and face it. Because if it doesn't face it, those guys, because they won't bring laws, right? They will be the same people. They will turn the laws. And at the end of the day, even when people want to implement that laws, those National Assembly guys are the problem. They can shout and shout and shout. Why are the people stocking the dollars? Even governors, it's shocking to hear that governors are often part of this problem. Somebody was analyzing what the governors do. They go to Abuja, they collect that money, they put it into two, and they call their bureau de change guys, and they put it into dollars. So everybody is trying to mop every dollar you see in that country. So, those issues of, they were, imagine, taking loans and everything. You can take as much as possible loan. The guys that have enough money, enough naira, they will mop it up. So I don't know. I just think Tinubu just needs to come now. Let Nigeria.
Should they not then take loans and let the naira, let it end up wherever it ends up? But then how do you insulate the population from that? Is just the issue.
You see, now let's look at it. You're taking loan, right?
Because I don't think the government should be loaning money to defend the currency.
We are saying the same thing, right?
Yeah.
If you take loan and you put it into an economy that you can't even track how that money moves. So it's more like, you have a basket, right? A basket that is leaking, and you're pouring water in it, and you think the more you pour water, the more it holds water. It's not rocket science. So they just need to do the right thing. The right thing is go against the saboteurs. We know them. Everybody knows them. Even the
economy is too heavily is to import heavy reliance.
Another example I want to give you. Do you know that Atiku has started shouting, right, with this issue of letting CBN account for everything that they sell?
Yeah, he said it was illegal, didn't he?
Yeah, that is part of the problems, right? Because that's another thing. Because you can't tell me that let's say averagely, Nigeria sells like 1.3, 1.4 million barrels per day, and we have this dollar coming in. And CBN do you know that since 2020, CBN has not even remitted, NNPC has not even remitted any money into the Federation accounts. Not until recently, right, that they started bringing money. All they do is just that they collect the money, they spend the money themselves.
Yeah, but you have to be fair, though. The reason why NNPC is able to remit money now is exactly because of the removal of the subsidy. Because it was actually NNPC that was insulating that subsidy space. So essentially, the money they sell for crude, they use it then to insulate the price of petrol in the country.
Okay, who does the accounts? Do they even give us a financial report?
Yeah, that's just the thing now. This
is more like, I gave you money, you tell me, don't worry, I'm helping you to spend the money, I'm getting the money, I'm selling for you, I'm getting the money, and I'm helping you to manage it. Nobody knows what's happening. So at least if they can get that chunk, right? Get that chunk. Let's know what we have. Let's know how much money we get. Let's know how much dollars. And it will definitely help CBN if they need to reappropriate those money into people that really need the money. So if I know Nigeria is import dependent, right? I don't have a problem. In as much as the right people are getting the money, if you want to buy those things as very, very expensive rates, right? Go and buy it. But at the end of the day, the people that need the money, because presently, people that even need the money don't even have access to it. Everything is so crazy that even if you're an exporter, if you have the opportunity to have some of these exporters in Nigeria that export things, it's a whole lot of things. So
Larry, you just made a good point there, but the lacuna is, how sure are you that if even the money is given to CBN, then they will do the right thing with the money? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, the thing is, money going to CBN, right?
It's
CBN
more
does not even
trackable
need,
now. In CBN is more trackable.
because the thing is, all they need to do, right? If every governor, because every governor has right to the federation account, just as federal government has right to it. And if CBN is the custodian, that means aside the federal government, every other state government also has access to know what we sell and what we get in. So it's
okay,
just,
then let me ask you, when
yeah.
they return the monies that Abacha stole, for example, right, millions of dollars, and they bring it back, and the United States remits the money back, it's traceable. It goes to CBN. What happens to the money? Where, if you look at the item budget, right, that money is nowhere. There is no accountability for any of those.
No, there is accountability though. They repurposed it for social intervention. That's what they said.
But where? In essence, you made the point about 5 minutes ago. The
It's
same point.
essentially to Abubakar Malami's pockets, really.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the point. The point is that we don't care who takes the money. If Nigerians don't get the money, never goes for anything budgetary wise, right? So you cannot just sit here picking the lesser evil, right? But the bottom line is that we are under attack, right? It's a religious war.
Oh, all right, you said that already.
No, it's not. No, but look, one man. It's not an event. It's not something you say one time that you go to talk about something else.
Don't mantra chant though. Don't
I don't know how I can secure your attention
which
to this.
religions are you fighting, Pansat? Which are you fighting?
Don't open up that space.
Because he asked a very good question.
Yeah, but one man, he can't just be saying.
Larry, do you mind? Larry, do you mind a mini debate on your time? Do you mind if
we've had 2 rounds of this from you already?
No. But look, one mind. It's not that every time someone raises their voice is the same fight. The fight with
no. You want to say it's the northern Muslim and it's Islam. You've done that.
I know. Then you have an Islamic guy. You have a Muslim now come and say, "What are you talking about?" That's a fascinating debate. Let he and I, if Larry would allow us, just take 2 minutes and then have that mini debate instead of me talking.
No, I don't. Sorry. Let me navigate.
I think I have the floor.
Yeah, Ajale Koko has the floor.
So do you guys mind if?
I mind. So I want the conversation to stay with this monetary policy thing.
Can I comment on the monetary policy?
I was exactly wanting you to comment on that. So
I know, but don't talk about supply and demand and stuff like that.
Pansat Benuson.
Okay.
Pansat. So you guys know you guys notice Cardozo has been making some some moves, some moves. At least one of them I recommended it. So there's been many circulars going on. Let me just try and share my own understanding. It seems like the CBN has realized that there's no quick oil money that's going to come in to bail us out, and we're not going to be able to use loans to also bail us out. The only thing we have is the money you and I send to Nigeria, which is what's it called? What do they call it again?
Remittances.
Remittances. Thank you for the correction of grammar. So they issued a bunch of circulars. One of them has to do with transparency for the bank. For banks, meaning all the FX transactions they do has to be quoted and displayed in a transparent manner. You'll think that is just innocuous, but it's really not. It has some implications, but we can skip that. The next one is they are forcing the banks to not go long on dollars, because what the banks do is when they get dollars, they take a long position on dollars to hedge. So now they're making all banks to have 0% long and up to 20% take a short position. So that means they had to dump. They gave them till yesterday. What is today? The 1st of February.
They gave them till the 1st of
They
February.
gave them till today.
Yeah, they gave them to today to dump all their long positions, and the only thing they can have is 20% short position. So that means they have to trade dollars. Then next, another circular allowed the banks to now trade like BDCs. They can trade directly because there used to be like a 2.5% like a 2.5% margin that they were Fox. I think it's called NAFEX rate or something.
Yeah.
They've eliminated that now.
IMTO rate.
So they can now bring it and sell directly. So in fact, the banks are now the parallel market essentially. So this is the time you're really seeing arbitrage removed, because there was arbitrage before, because you could still get 800 and something or whatever, go to the parallel. So this, you can notice for the past 2 days, the rates has kind of like converged into 1,400 and something both. And then the last one, which is, I think that one happened today, they are making IMTOs, people that can do Forex, have a capital requirement of $1 million. I think that's the one I have been recommending, that we need to like get rid of this mushroom or this mushroom FX bureau de change and create high capital requirement. I felt it could have been $5 million, but they made it $1 million. So that's why.
Lotta, excuse me.
Let me just finish. Let me finish this sentence. Let me finish this
I want the
sentence.
conversation to stay high, Pansat.
So that's why you will see. I mean, I think that's why you're seeing a lot of BDCs kind of like going off. I don't think government closed them down or whatever Sahara is writing. That's not true. I think part of it is reaction to all this stuff that is going on, because many, in fact, why am I saying many? Most of these BDCs get fed money from these banks, but now banks are trading directly with them. Now there's a capital requirement. So there's a lot of uncertainty for small BDC players. I don't know if they will be able to get back to where they used to be and doing what they were doing, because that banks can now trade like them. So why will you get money from a bank to now give some BDC when I can go directly in the market and do whatever you guys are doing? So it's kind of like equates the rate. So it's, I mean, it's then bold new moves going on. We shall see how it goes.
Was that really bold? Are you telling me that these guys did not know
They
about
knew
the solution before?
Well, see, here's the thing is, to fix Nigeria is very simple. Just look at everywhere that there's rent seeking and try and stop it if you have the political balls to stop it. That's just how to fix Nigeria. Anywhere you see rent seeking, go and close that. Loop. It's going to create trouble. People they're going to push back with all sorts of things. But at this point in time, we're desperate. We don't have a choice. So those are the recent things going, and there's more to come from what I'm hearing. So this is kind of like an ongoing thing. I don't know whether it's trial and error or whatever, but they're putting new circulars. The only one I recommended in the past was to try and get bigger capital requirements for BDCs, and they've done that. But I think they should have made it like $5 million. And then fintechs, this probably will attract more investments for fintechs to operate in this space, hopefully. So yeah, the dollar rate has converged, but let's see how it goes. Let's see if there's going to be a crack.
Thanks for the information. I didn't know the banks were allowed to trade long on the dollar.
They were all they had to do was
Larry was explaining that earlier on, and then Passato was
Passato Nijeke or Badun in Passato.
Hold on,
Passato, you caused a lot of trouble tonight.
Before I ask you a question, I have a question for you. Before I ask you a question, I just want to tell Hakeem. Hakeem, I saw you yesterday saying that one man let me get away with a lot of stuff. You're here now. Why don't you fight for a debate with me? Why are you letting me do all that? You've never asked for anything here. You were rejected.
I don't hold the platform. I don't hold the platform. It's one man's platform.
Fight for it. Say, hey, let me talk to Pansat. Let me ask Pansat a question, or let me abuse Pansat. Fight for it.
I don't want to look. What,
But
Pastor,
before that,
I'm not here to abuse
let me ask Kulata a question. Kulata, I want to test your aptitude because every time you come here and you give this.
Oh, Pastor, I don't have time for your shenanigans
hold on
tonight.
now, hold on.
Not tonight.
I
I'm too
want to test
tired
your
for.
aptitude by saying,
I don't. You are not my teacher. Last time I was in
I'm
school,
asking you a
close
question
to 3
now.
decades ago. I don't have time for you.
Can I ask you a question?
No. Hold that question. Hold that question for a moment, Pansat. I want Larry to come into the conversation because Larry, a lot of what Pansat just said now mirrors what you were talking us through earlier on. So it looks as though there's some sort of convergence in the understanding of I would say no.
It was Kulata that
said
so.
It was Kulata. Sorry, yes.
I was going to say Pansa don't have that kind of.
No. All he does is the Fulani. So is this indication that the penny is finally dropping in central bank at the central bank? Is this what we're hearing from yourself and Kulata?
Yeah. The thing is, they know what, like I said earlier, right? They know what to do. And I think at this point, they are now desperate to do the right thing. So, but what comes after it is what I don't know. Because one thing is to give out some of this policy, another thing is the implementation of some of those policies. CBN can actually give some of those policies, but we still need, for those policies to work, you need EFCC, you need the police, you need DSS, you need the National Assembly to make laws. So it's a lot, right? So, but that is what I don't know. That's where I expect Tinubu to support the CBN governor to ensure that this is actually, going to be effective. And
you were saying he's too much of a nice guy. He doesn't have
Yeah. And that's the problem I have with former bankers, right? Because some of those things will definitely be you going against some of your former friends, and that's why some people are always like, why, bringing former bankers to be CBN governor, it's a lot of issues. So, but I think he just needs to just hold the balls and be able to face some of his old
do you read an alignment between now these policies coming out and the relocation of strategic departments to Lagos? Is this are we tying the two together?
Yeah, it might actually be part of it, right? Particularly with supervision, right? Supervision, payments, and all those departments. But still, like I said, it's easier for you to kind of like regulate the banks, but those that are outside the bank is the issue, right? Until they are ready to support him, and that's exactly where I need Tinubu to stand firm, because it's a whole lot of things. Those guys are going to fight back, obviously, right? Which we all know that they will definitely fight back. They have the power, they have the money, they have everything to fight back. So, if Tinubu doesn't support the CBN governor, I'm telling you, it might actually be the end of even the CBN governor himself, because these guys, they have the power to use the media, they have the power to use social media, they have power to use everything. They are politicians, they have all the power. So, Cardoso can bring out some of these policies, but it needs the presidential backing to say enough is enough. And if they can actually achieve this, I'm telling you, Naira will definitely find its real true value.
Is there a way to like make this a bit more permanent? Because this is a circular now. Like by the time you have another CBN governor, I mean things can change. There's some aspects of this.
That's why you need the national.
You mean to embed it into the constitution?
To embed, there's some aspects of this that if it works, we can embed it, because effectively you are all these rent seekers, all these Abuja billionaires that don't do any real work but do run BDCs.
Yes.
It's attacking them. It's dangerous game.
That's why you need that's why I said when it goes to National Assembly, that is exactly what I expect him to say, to tell them, right? That this is exactly where we need, right? The Forex Act and everything, we need to change it. So that's exactly where I need him to tell them the truth, because I think they've invited him, and he shouldn't just go there and start telling them anything. They should tell them the real truth. These are the saboteurs. This is what we need you guys.
I heard him speak for the first time yesterday. It did not have the punch that I thought it would. It sounded like I don't know. It didn't sound to the quality I thought it would sound. Yemi Cardoso.
You know the thing is it's too gentle for me, because it's too gentle for me, because a lot of things.
That's what I said about you, and they're trying to cut off my head. You just said it about the other guy. It's too gentle, right?
No. One thing is to be gentle. Another thing is to, you are just there to give policy. He gives policy and let everybody start scrambling over the policy. So that's exactly, and he has started it, which I think he ought to have done prior to this time. Give those policy, they start debating it, they start fighting, and just do your own. That's what I expect him to do, which he has actually started doing. Take, for instance, now the relocation of CBN to Lagos, right? It's a policy decision, and he has done it. They can go to channels, okay, Ndume was in channels, shouting and everything. And when they put the questions to him, are you shouting because your daughter works in CBN? And it was not like, it's not because my daughter works there, which is actually the truth.
No, but wait, let it be fair, okay? The central bank has 3 rules when it comes to policy.
Yeah.
Moving that stuff over there, even though we may agree or disagree, it's not a policy. A policy is like the money supply, right? Reversing interest rates, changing bank reserve requirements. It's something that is known. It's not rocket science. Saying I'm going to move something from Abuja to Lagos is not a policy thing. Now, they missed an opportunity because somebody challenged them on that, and Northern says, look, if you're going to do this, to make a policy so that if you have refineries and the oil in the south, therefore you want to move an NPC and all kinds of things over there. Okay, so that could be fiscal policy. It should originate from the House and the Senate and things like that. But when it comes to monetary policy, it's actually target is 2-3 in the United States. Is 2.
Okay,
it's 3, but it's 2.
Now let me clarify something.
Do you understand what I mean? So if you say that's policy, that's not policy.
No. When I said policy, I'm not talking in line of economic policies. I'm talking in line of operational policies. And this is more
it's a position.
It's more of operation than economics. So what you've actually said is more economic policy. So
no, what you said is more of a
all right.
Administrative policy.
Let's not get monetary policy in semantics.
Why do you always come to the defense of people who could defend themselves?
No, because I want the conversation to stay where it is, but you would just want it to take it to a bruising fight. That's
but if we let our countrymen know what monetary policy is, what's wrong with that? A lot of people don't know what it is. A lot of people don't know what the CBN's role is. It's a limited role.
I never said monetary policy. I said policy. So you kind of like push me towards the economic policy.
No, but when you're talking about CBN and policy, when you join the two together, you're talking monetary policy. That's the only role they have. They don't have fiscal policy.
Would you ever allow Larry to even talk on this?
No, Larry, am I bugging you? Larry, are we having a good conversation, or am I disturbing you?
It's a bit tiring. That's just what it is.
All right, whatever. I will. You want me to come back? What? I could leave and come back.
It's up to you what to do. Just go with the. You have to know where the conversation is and be there. Not just.
It's not. That's not what. Number one, that's not what I'm doing.
Or do you want to have one-on-one with Larry?
No, that's yeah. I want one-on-one with Larry. I want one-on-one with Akim.
Everybody.
Ever since he took that beating from Ijele, he's been looking for somebody else to pass it on to.
Let me say, look, I'm gonna go on camera. Listen to this. With the country we have, we're not coming out here to have you join any conversation, right? If you're gonna talk about a skunk, it stinks, right? We have a problem in the country. You're talking monetary policy. Do you know how our people are suffering and what's that causing? And they can fix it right now if they're listening to us. somebody like Larry is making sense, but if he's going to be saying policy, then let's talk about that so our people will understand that these guys, the CBN is not a panacea. They cannot fix everything. But what they have a role to play constitutionally, it's a monetary policy. That's it. So if there's Wayo going on, Tinubu is playing Wayo, moving things. It's not even him. It's what's his name there? Kayamo, trying to please the Yorubas, right? You want to move something from Abuja to Lagos. How does that help?
Mr.
No. Let him land. I want to bring Rational Mind into the conversation. Rational Mind, I think you've also always championed that the Bureau de Change space that it should be.
You know, I see our floor. One man.
You still have the floor.
Are you skipping me?
No, I'm not skipping you. I want the Rational Mind to comment on this, then I'll come back to you. I just wanted to move away from where Pansat was trying to take us to. A Rational Mind, yes, that Bureau de Change that you've always had issues with, it looks as though it's not been addressed.
Well, I hope so. One man, you see, for quite some time now, I've not been seeing Kulata here. I was here until when we had. This is the same guy who will come here and will say, will poke fun at us and will say, you're almost Yoruba Nation, or Yoruba Nation, you know, he will say that poke fun at us. And anytime you hear him when they are Agbado juniors in CBN there, or they are Agbado, whatever they call them in Asorok there, they spin out some narratives out there. You see him jumping here, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, policy, this, that." And you was like,
Rational, maybe they paid me. Maybe APC has given me my pocket.
I know, my own boy. Just hold on, just hold on. I mean, you just came back from Nigeria. I know the other time before you left for Nigeria, I was telling you here that it's like you're seeking for something from Tinubu. You want to become part of the state because the way you come here, you talk sometimes. I suspect that this guy, you are looking for something. And then you went to Nigeria recently now, and then you're back here.
I already got appointment, Rational Mind.
Sure, I'm sure you have. I'm sure. I don't doubt you because I know you. I've seen all your game here that you play here. So
it's the special assistant on Pretty Igbo.
We shall find out very soon now. We shall find out very soon. Yeah. They just come here, Cardoso. They're crap that they throw out every time. They just want to you cannot root things by propaganda. And then you come here and champion that propaganda. Anytime you see something they just throw out there, you come here and start talking like an expert. I know I'm an Agbado economic expert. You come here and be talking like come on, this guy, save us this BS you come and do here every time. That's by the way, Kulata here, you know, anytime we see ourselves.
Yeah, make I hook you up, make you get your own appointments.
Don't hook me up. I don't need their appointment. I don't be part of their rot. Anyway, yeah.
Where were you anyway? When we were having our guest yesterday, Rational Mind, I was expecting on my big hitters.
Yeah, I was supposed to be there. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It was a good session anyway. So yeah,
I could imagine because I've not really watched it, but I saw your. Something you uploaded already. So anyway, yeah. So you see, I think I've listened to some people here. We've said it here many times that the problem confronting that country is multifaceted. It's good that some of us are talking about it, and we're hearing them trying. That's the one thing we are hearing. We always hear them. They want to do this. They harmonize the whole FX or whatever. They do this, and they have instructed the CBN to start collecting this money from NNPC. And this, at the end of the day, zero. What your friend will call zero. That's what we'll see every time at the end of the day. So you start wondering. You cannot rule, you cannot govern by propaganda. Sooner or later, the truth will come out. But I just hope whatever they are trying to do, it will come. But let me just address something real quick. You see, my recent tour in Europe, I really opened my eyes to some things when it comes to this FX thing. The way it's done there. Some of you live in Europe, where you might be able to say much. You see how it's structured. They are kind of FX, the way the regime of FX, how the administration of their FX policy in these countries. You cannot just go by the road and say you want to change it. All of them have like even their train stations where you go, you travel and you need to change money. You walk in there, you be online, it's just like a mini bank of its own, and then you have to change money. At the airport, you find that if at the airport they'll start asking for your passport or whatever. Even the banks that I went to, I had to, let me not go into details. So I had to, but then they asked for my passport. You had to take my passport and type it in and blah. See, they're keeping track of everything that is going on in their system. You know, so you see, we said all of these things. You cannot circumvent things and.
What about the idea that if imagine out of the conversation that they should just scrap the I think it was actually like Jale Koko that there should only be one single window for foreign exchange, and that should be at the commercial bank.
No.
There's no need for a bureau de change. Never mind
there
the
is a
black
need.
market.
There is need for bureau de change. There is need for bureau de change. But
What need does it satisfy that a bank cannot satiate?
Well, you see, you're going to put a lot of people out of business. You know the way the country is right now. We cannot afford to have that happen. What you just need is you need some kind of policy that will be implemented and it will be enforced to the T. You know, what I'm trying to say is you have to deploy technology in this matter, because every money coming into the system, you can keep track of them. Make the bureau de change, whatever they want to. If they have to continue having their people work with them, they need to connect to some kind of a central system whereby whoever is coming in, you discourage people being given cash. You get what I'm trying to say? And if I thought they have to be given cash, you have to limit that cash to a certain amount of money. Now, the question we should be asking ourselves is this: that some of us we were here during the election when it was looking at APC was fighting, his own party was fighting Tinubu, and we saw this booming of this roadside dealers, traders in the Nigerian local currency. Not even what's it called? Not even the dollar, the naira. You have to buy naira to get naira. What kind of system is that? And then we all lament. I mean, not me. The Agbado people came here. They were lamenting. Yeah, they want to do. They're trying to prevent Tinubu from winning. Tinubu won that. Cardoso is there now. Why is this still same thing? It's still going on. These are the same people who say they want to fight the same corrupt system. So let me go back. What I'm trying to say is that these people just they say one thing, they do another thing, and you start wondering: are these people really sincere? You know, I mean, I've said it here many times. I said I don't believe in Tinubu. Somebody who lacks the moral. I mean, I don't expect him. You don't give what you don't have. I'll be surprised if he gives what he doesn't have. I'll be surprised, but I'm not expecting anything much. So my point is that, yeah, it's multifaceted problem facing us in that area of that foreign exchange, the management of that foreign exchange, and we have to use a multifaceted approach to it, you know, to resolve it. One of them is not like some of them are very spoken here. And somebody said we're not patriotic. Yeah, Nigerians are not patriotic, especially more so in this ever since this evil party has ever been the APC. Nigeria has gone downhill. I mean, the patriotism is no longer. It's now to personality. Formerly it was Say Baba. Now it's Agbado man in the Aso Rock. Everybody just they pedestalize him. Either he does wrong, you cannot question his wisdom. Like one stupid governor once said. I mean, you start wondering: are we patriotic to the nation or to an individual or to people? When you pedestalize person, you worship person, you see him as it's like he can never fail. Anything he does, you not even want to criticize him. And then the other people wants to criticize him, you look at them as enemy. And if that person is from the same tribe like him, you say, oh, Aleni, go for more Yoruba, like some idiots who come here and start talking. So you start wondering, no, we should be able to criticize people, even if you're my party man, criticize him. Even if somebody that let him know that what you're doing is wrong. So for me, I don't know how Tinubu is going to solve this matter because this their media trial they do every time. I don't know if you listen to what the EFCC chairman was saying recently. I heard on was it on Arise when he was talking about he said they've discovered that some churches and some I don't know when churches have started funding terrorism. I know he just used that just to make it look like it's only criticizing the other religion that is always known to always. There are some of the extremists among them are always known to do that. Says churches and what's it called? I'll be surprised if churches are funding terrorism. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they cannot do that, but I'm wondering what kind of terrorism could churches be funding, if not just to launder money, their pastors. But then he's saying that churches and mosques now are funding their laundering money to sponsor terrorism. So why would you even? I mean, I don't even know why you wouldn't. Why don't you just go after those people? How did they even find out that? We're talking about why I'm digressing is that we're talking about economic sabotage here. People are sabotaging that economy. The imams, the mullahs, the whatever they call them, and the pastors and the whatever reverends, so they're all sabotaging the economy by laundering money. How did that money go through the system? I mean, and then finally suddenly they realize that you're coming to like maybe kind of audit their accounts. They now have to get a restraining order against you from doing that. See, you start wondering, there's something wrong with that system. So my point is this: is that patriotism, like what his name said, a guy from Ireland said, Nigerians are not patriotic, and the number one chief unpatriotic person is Tinubu himself. Tinubu is not patriotic. He's not a patriot. Whatever he's doing is just for his own interest. His interest of wanting to, no, that's what he said. He wants to be president, and he has been the president. Now, what the crap is he doing? And this is the same people, some of you here will say, hey, he's the most prepared person. He has prepared all these years, and has look at the crap he's doing. If you are so prepared, you know what you're coming in for. You should have been prepared. In fact, I've one ABC options of realizing your goal, but no, this guy is just doing trial and error. So my point is that for me, I just think the sabotage is not just the people themselves. Tinubu is one of them. Now, let me give you an example. Somebody was talking about patriotism. This is the same guy who went to what's it called? A governor's inauguration, and was saying that we will supply the world our brains. When in your own country, you don't even have the brains. Your brains are leaving.
Sorry, are we talking about the Bureau de Change still, or the?
No, you know me, one man. I know I digress a lot. I know we're talking about the Bureau de Change. What I'm just trying to say here is this, one man, is that the problem confronting Nigeria is so numerous, especially when it comes to that FX foreign exchange management of the foreign exchange. There are so many things. There are so many beasts after it. You can talk. One of them is patriotism. Our Nigerians are not patriotic. Our senators are not patriotic. Our governors are not patriotic. I mean, you collect the security vote or whatever money, you change it into the money that is needed by the manufacturers. You collect the money, and let me say, not as if you get the money back into the system to build factories or where businesses that people will work in. You launder that money and go and buy a house in some other economy. And then we're looking for the scarce resources within Nigeria. So the patriotism here I'm talking about is that Tinubu is number one unpatriotic person. Where is he now? A patriot. You love that country. You think Nigeria first. Where is he? And you want an ordinary Nigerian like me to be patriotic. You wonder why our armies are not patriotic. Because even the leaders, the ones that should be at the forefront, they're not patriotic. So the Bureau de Change, for me, there are so many things around that Bureau de Change. We have so many unpatriotic people who.
Why do you say change rather than change?
I'm saying it in French. It's a Bureau de Change.
It's trying to be French with it. With this. Even I am picking up on that now.
French put on.
Even the French don't say it that way.
What did they say? How did they say it?
No, like French with this one.
Yeah, so how did they say it? Now, may I hear you now? How did they say it?
Guys, sorry, before we deviate that much, Rational Mind, why don't you tell us more about why we don't need the Bureau de Change? Why their services cannot be rendered by the banks?
No, they can be rendered. You see, the thing is this: you just have to keep those Bureau de Change, but then at the same time, you have to also let the banks also run. You manage both of them. Put some kind of technology that every one of them should have some kind of a connected. Oh goodness, I'm sorry. So you also have to let them. Sorry, because I'm looking at it here. Let me look at this. So anyway, so you have to put all of them on a system whereby they are being monitored by some, maybe some part of the CBN department. The money going into this, you limit the amount of money somebody can receive cash. If I say I bring $100 now, I walk into a Bureau de Change, I say, okay, I want this in cash. Then you can maybe my ID, whatever ID I have, maybe like driver's license, you must make it that everybody must provide some form of ID. Then you enter it and then you give them cash. But some limit, like if you want to change, like say $10,000, then you need to have that money wired into your account. No, you have to do transfer. So
okay. One second. See, oh no, Rational Mind. 1 second. See, the word of the day that was used by Colassa was rent seeking, right? That's the bane of the Nigerian economy and everything we do. especially the people at the top, including Dangote himself. Perhaps 20% of his wealth is from rent seeking. No doubt about that. Okay, for what we know from the oil transaction with his refinery. But at the end of the day, there are some people benefiting from this road of change we're talking about. And if it's not working for us right now, how come we cannot put a stop to it? And of course, we may bring it back later.
No, we cannot.
Okay.
Other system, it works. No, you cannot do that. It's like somebody just, I don't know if you listen to somebody now. If you scrap the Bureau de Change and then you say the banks. Okay, now, let me give you an example. That was what I was trying to allude to. We're talking about this buying Naira with Naira. Those people staying on the street saying Nairas. You know, some of those companies that some of them go under their names, they are owned by some bank executives. You go to an ATM in Nigeria, you put in your credit card or your debit card, you cannot get Naira. So that will force you to go outside and go and meet these people. You have to give them 2,000 Naira just to get like 10,000 Naira, I don't know, whatever amount of money. You use Naira to buy Naira because it works for them. They are making their own money that way.
Yeah, because it comes down to the supply and demand. That's what it comes down. See, these people, there's no doubt they probably heard the dollars.
Where here in America, in Oregon, where you stay, or I don't know where you stay. I think I heard you say here in Oregon. Where did you ever see you go and buy dollar with dollar? Well, how do you run a system like that? So my point is this:
Russian, I just told you. Kulaka used the word rent seeking. That's what it's all about. See,
I don't know about this Nigerian kind of crappy economic jargons that they always throw around.
No. It's a simple term. It's like what like you ask him, he'll tell you.
The rent seeking, I don't know. This is what they do a lot. They just use that to convince Nigerians. I don't go by that. I'll speak in a very plain English, simple English that people can understand me. I don't understand if you. I mean, explain what your rent seeking mean. I don't want to care about whatever it is. My point is this: is that there are saboteurs, and these saboteurs cut across every ranks in that country. So my point is this: that you cannot scrap the Bureau de Change. You just need to manage them. If you need to downsize, as somebody was saying here, make them capitalize. That if you want to run a Bureau de Change, you need at least $1 million put into the vault.
That's exactly what Tinubu is doing now. Say it, congratulations. Say it, Bat. Thank you. Say it.
Tinubu has been talking too much. Tinubu has been. Hold on. Tinubu has been saying things without actions. Then he gives head count before they even do it. Oh, we are wanting Boris to change to stop not to choose money again. We are bringing policy. We are coming up with policy. Why can't you just do the policy so we see the action? The policy is taking effect. What's wrong with this government? We are giving Martin order just massacre people again in another place in Plateau. Nobody arrested. They just massacre other leaders in Kwara. Nothing. When I talked 2 days ago, Bishop, my brother, was coming for me. What happened, Katie? He's under the rug already. He's still in France. And we are saying he's coming up with policy. What, since 7 months, soon it'll be 1 year. When it was go to 3 months, we said, oh, give him 6 months. Now 6 months, oh, give him 1 year. Now it's almost 1 year. Now we'll say give him 2 years. We should tell this guy he's dumb as a rock and take Adesso to live there. If you cannot fire there, they will know it's like Buhari, then we'll know how to face the economy. Russian might continue.
Well, like I've said it, Mama, let me just bring it home real quick. You know me when I digress a lot like this.
But you did not congratulate Tinubu for doing exactly what.
Why would I congratulate him for that? I mean, you see what I'm saying now. You see what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying. You people look for validation everywhere. I will not pedestalize. This is what he. That is what he. I mean, just like you writing an application, which when he did during the election, and you're giving a job. You are not as if he's doing it for us for free. Taxpayers are paying him to be the president, to work for us. And let me see here. And the guy is in what's it called? It's in France. And you're telling me that I should congratulate him for what? That is his job. He should do his job. So this you see, this is what you people don't. Oh, we thank the president for not meddling in the election. We thank him for this. It's the father of the nation. What kind of crap is that? You see how you people subject yourself to this mindset of idiocy or whatever they call it, idiocracy or whatever they call it. I mean, you people will just call me and pedalize a human being like yourself and make it look like it's a godlike person.
You know, Shegun,
do his job and let us live and have peace.
Well, he said exactly what you said. He said it's indicative of a failed judiciary system when people win victories in court and then they go to thank the president. He was just saying that yesterday.
Yeah. So for me, you see, it's a let me use the Nigerian stupid English, multi-pronged approach. Nigerians Nigerians with English sometimes. I just don't know what is wrong with that. They just say they have to use a patriotism. You know, they need to involve this National Orientation Agency. Nigerians need to be oriented on patriotism. And number one person that should do that will be the president. Show that you're patriotic. You think Nigeria first. Everything you do is about Nigeria. It's not about your some few cronies and yourself. I mean, you see, patriotism is number one thing, and I think that patriotism is what will be the springboard for all other things that are also attached around it. Work for Nigerians, not for your some few cronies. So if you ask the bureaucracy, I mean, I'm like, what was his name? Was it Soludo did that time when he did the recapitalization of the banks? Many banks that could not make it, they had to merge. So do that with Bureau de Change. Like when I went to Europe, you won't see a Bureau de Change anywhere. Some of them they have names, and maybe you go to one place, you see that same name, you see another city. You don't have like Alhaji Abdul Fattah, Alhaji Malik, Alhaji whatever. No, you see them. I mean, like what I'm trying to say is that you see one name when you say like Bank of America. The Bank of America, you find it everywhere. You talk about Chase Bank everywhere. So the point I'm trying to say is that if they cannot, let them all merge under one and connect all of them into a system whereby, I mean, I don't need to say that these people, they know what, they should know what to do. But my point is that you need to monitor the system. When people know that they are being monitored, they will sit up. Because when they know that you're being monitored, and if there's any infraction that is found, you'll be penalized for that. You will go to jail, whatever term that is mentioned in the law. You have to face it. Everybody will sit up. Even if it is Tinubu or Yaloja, that daughter that launder money, arrest her, put her in jail. Other people will sit up.
Question: Do we know if they monitor? I mean, audit the Bureau de Change? Did they audit them?
I'm sure they do. They can't just read them.
They don't.
Please let me ask.
Who did Bureau de Change?
Yeah, they do.
Who did that?
Prince, let me ask you. Prince asked a question earlier.
Hold on, Passant now. You asked the question. Hold on.
Hold on. I want to answer the question that Prince asked Rational Mind. And then he followed it up with another question. So the question I asked you before, the answer is that arbitrage, right? Prince, arbitrage in economics and finance is practice of taking advantage of a difference in price in a market, right? Striking a combination of matching deals to capitalize on the difference, the profit being the difference between the markets. So if they go to this window and they buy the naira or the dollar at a certain price, then they sell to Nigerians at a different price and they just rinse and repeat, right? So how is that going to work? Whether they're paying taxes, whether they are being audited, why do we always have to go that deep when we're dealing with these people? How can you be buying something? This is our currency. This is our money. That you create a special tribe, religion, and their job is to buy money cheap and then sell to Nigerians at a higher price. Are you willing to tolerate that?
Is there an arbitrage in spare parts dealing?
Say that again.
What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? It's a spare parts. Is there an arbitrage?
Is there an arbitrage in spare parts dealing?
Of course not. Of course not.
Okay, okay, but which ethnic group dominates that?
Oh, come on.
Which ethnic group dominates that area?
That's a private business.
What's the point with this question? What's the point?
Yeah, let me answer him, because you see, somebody, Rational Mind, by the way, you tried, and let me post right here. Okay, you're talking about patriotism. Okay, Now, this is the hero. One man, maybe you could read this out to them, right? Buhari, for example, is a patriot to the, it's like a god to Northern Muslims, right? That's what he did. What I just posted for you at the private section. Petro, in 1985, Buhari voted against his country in place of his tribe.
So,
right?
Fansat, who was the CBN governor? Who was the CBN governor under Buhari 8 years?
I'm not talking about CBN activity now. We're talking about patriotism. Somebody voted against his country when it came time for Mr. Onu, right, an Igbo man at the United Nations to emerge as Secretary General in 1985. Buhari voted against him in favor of one Mr. Oumauru, a Fulani man from Niger. On top of that, you saw he sent trains to them. We have people who are not Nigerians, they're not patriotic to Nigeria. So
but what does that have to do with arbitrage or whatever we're talking about?
Yes, what it has to do with arbitrage, let me link it up for you because
I'm
it has to
going
do with
to remove you,
patriotism.
Fansad, because you
Yeah.
did not let this conversation happen pretty much.
Yeah, go ahead and remove me. It's one of the best things that you should do.
Oh yes, I
No,
think
you should remove me.
All right, thank you. All right, so sorry. I think we've had enough of him for one day. Sorry. Ajane Koko, back to you.
Thank you, one man. Yes, I've listened to everybody. I've listened to Prince Daddy. When Prince Daddy was talking about Russia and the economic measure taken by Russia to have their currency stronger against dollar and major currency, major international currency. So I think Prince Daddy, got it right, making reference to Russia. And what Russia simply did was to allow our economy, was to allow her rupee as a dominant currency in our economy. And that is the same thing we have to do. Naira must be the dominant currency in Nigeria. Particularly the mainly must be the only currency that every businesses, every Nigeria, or you are not Nigeria, you must carry that Naira. You must operate business in Naira. You must transact business in Naira when you are in Nigeria. And you must spend Naira in Nigeria. It mustn't be any international currency. If we fail to do that, then we will never get our economy right. And we are not using enough of Naira. In Nigeria, we have allowed dollar to overwhelm our Naira. In our Nigerian state, how would you get it right when a foreign currency has already dominated you in your country? It's the dominant currency of,
But you understand why now? Do you understand why? You understand why?
I understand why, and that is
so
why.
Can you tell us why? Why it's not dominant? Can you tell us why? Can you educate the public?
Okay. One of why is this operation of this nonsense. What do you call this? Bureau change. Bureau change doesn't do any. They don't facilitate any anything for
No,
the
no,
economic
no, no, no,
well-being
no.
of
That's not
Nigerian
the
state.
reason.
Let me land.
Okay.
They don't do anything important. They don't contribute anything important to Nigeria. And nothing. What is it that they are doing that the bank cannot do? What structure do they have to transact their business that the bank doesn't have a better structure?
But you are not Libya in the United States. They have bureau de change now, don't they?
No.
Where do you see your bureau de change?
They do.
Where,
There are some
where's your
airports you
bureau de
go,
change?
you find bureau de change. You can go in there.
No.
Where do you see bureau
US
de
and
change?
Canada do not have bureau de change.
Bureau de change?
Where do you see bureau de change?
No.
Where do you see
America?
bureau de change in the United
There's
States?
no bureau de change in US and Canada. You can
Rashomai, that's for convenience only. That's for convenience only. We don't really have it.
You have seen it in one of the airports now.
No. US and Canada, I think only
You don't
4
have it?
countries are
Okay,
recognized.
go on. Let me just stop. Because I have one question about Adele Koko, because you've not addressed that matter. The issue is not bureau de change. The issue is that people have lost.
Is one of the problems. If
Okay,
we
one of the
don't
problems.
kill,
Agreed.
if we don't kill bureau de change, if we don't kill the black market where they trade dollars against your currency on the street in your country, you will never get your economy right. Naira can never have its value, can never get its value right if you have currency exchange on the street, at the market, and everywhere, in the hotel, every garden, even in school, they pay dollar, even in some landlord are collecting their rent in dollar. That you can never. That means your currency is gone. That currency is gone. It's dead. That is what it means.
But Ajanle Koko, though, the currency is indeed gone because we have inflation close to 30%. And I spoke to one of my friends when I was in Nigeria. When she gets her salary, she takes maybe 10% of it, keeps it in Naira, and then uses the rest to buy dollars to hedge against the inflation. So our Naira is indeed dead or almost dead. So that's why people want dollars.
And that is why I said to get the value of our currency back, we must not allow dollar to operate in our system. Dollar must go. That is when
it's going to be hard.
It's not going to be hard.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you one question?
Yes, sir.
Don't you think the government is part of this problem?
Oh, yes, they are.
Do you know why I said that?
Yes,
because the government charged dollars on some transactions in Nigeria. An example of that is NIMASA. NIMASA charged dollars.
I mean, how can you allow that for government?
So if government is doing that, how do you think the citizens won't do that? Because, if government is not leading by example, you're transacting with NIMASA, NIMASA is expecting you to use dollars. So where is the magic coming from?
I think I agree that with you in totality. If government is operating in using dollar to carry out transaction in Nigeria, and that means that they are not leading by good example. And this, what am I trying to say? So until we allow our Naira to be used as the only currency to transact business, to operate business, to do everything in Nigeria. When we cannot go back there, we will never get that value back.
Sorry for cutting you short. If that's okay.
Yes.
Yes. So thank you. I still don't think all of these things are the problem, because I think the biggest challenges we have in that country is our reliance on importation is too much. Like it's almost like even Baba Ajali Koko, even they are bringing Gary into Nigeria these days. It never used to be this bad, because at the end of the day, you go all those look, when you travel to some tourist country, they allow you to spend multiple currency in those countries. It's never a problem. You could go to some tourist nation, you have dollar, you can spend your dollar in their shops, it's no problem. You can spend euros in their shops, it's not a problem, you know. But the problem we have is that we need so much dollar to continue to run the economy, because a lot of the things that we consume come from outside Nigeria, and that we need to reverse that one as quickly as possible. I would say that those people, those lovers of a Russian strategy, please, before the sanctions came in, could you guys tell us what the value of the Russian rupee was, and compared to the current price today? It's crashed. It has somersaulted. So this president of Russia, they didn't do nothing. Their currency is actually less than a cent as we speak today, or around 1 cent to the Russian rupee. How is that a clever policy? For me, I think what we need to do is a lot. Look, it's just Baba Jali Koko, just look at food. Just look at the food alone. If we
How
can
can
just
you,
reverse,
when the whole world, when they cut off SWIFT against Russia and sanction against Russia, so what do you expect? But what we
yeah,
are
but
saying is
no,
that
I
they've
understand
been
that.
able
I
to push
understand that.
back. They've been able to push back. They've been able to put some measure in place, you know, in order for them not to, in order for their economy not to completely collapse. That's what we have. Your country, there is no sanction against your country. Why is your currency collapsing every day?
Yeah, but this is what I'm
And
saying,
that is
Baba
why
Jali
we are
Koko.
saying, and that's why we are saying that you are not spending your money in your country. Your money
That
is not
is not the
is
biggest challenge we
losing
have.
value. That is one of it. And the
That
other
is not the
one is
biggest
what
challenge
you
we
just
have.
mentioned now, that we are over reliance on importation. We
Yeah,
import garbage.
that is the biggest challenge we have, Papa Jali. That is the biggest challenge.
Everything goes together. You don't spend your currency in your country, and you are importing. You are using dollar to import everything into your country. So that means that your country currency is gone.
Yeah,
It's not
look,
in operation.
the naira could be 2,000 naira to a dollar, right? If we have if we consume 90% of the things if we make 90% of the things that we consume in that country, it won't have much effect on the standard of living. The problem is not the price of the naira to the dollar, it's the effect on the standard of living. If it is creating high level inflation, then it's a problem. Look, the Chinese sometimes purposely just devalue their currency because they are an export nation. So it helps for them. So devaluation of the currency is not really the problem. It is the fact that the economy is
Sorry, is that
import
Akeem
reliant.
speaking?
Yes.
Akeem, right?
It's a
Okay, yeah.
non-productive economy as far as export is concerned.
Well,
Exactly.
it
So that's the problem.
okay. You're trying to make the comparison with how low the ruble is to the dollar, but that's kind of part of your false analysis. Why come you didn't tell us in 2022 or whenever before the war started or after the war, what was the 1 ruble to a dollar exchange? Somebody, I think
It
was
was a lot higher.
no.
Even as
It's a lot higher. It's not. I just even a year ago was about 10 cents. It was about 0.010 about in 2023. Maybe early 2023. The point here though is that I think Bishop was trying to correct me earlier that it wasn't really a correction. I said that the ruble was stronger, meaning that they did not collapse the ruble. It wasn't because the value was stronger against the dollar or any other stronger currency. That's not the point. The point was that they were trying to collapse the economy. So pretty much to that of the Nazi Germany right after the Second World War, when the Germans were using wheelbarrows to go buy a loaf of bread. That's what they were trying to do. So you have to get that point. You got to make a distinction.
Yeah, but it's a different comparison when you that you made with the Russian economy compared to we're not facing sanctions. We're just having issues of economic challenges and policies. So what I'm trying to say is that
therefore we are in a much better state. So we don't have any externalities or external forces.
Please, Daddy, the country, don't forget that Nigerians actually faced heavy sanction during the Abacha government, but we didn't see this level of inflation that we are seeing today.
Mr. Akin,
yeah,
can I just say something?
Yeah,
don't you think with that perspective you are coming from, don't you think CBN is also part of the problem by lifting that embargo on because there was embargo on some products coming into Nigeria, and CBN lifted that embargo and make those people have access to dollars? Don't you think that's part of the problem?
Yeah, that's part of the problem. But I don't know how but for me, I just think that the biggest challenges we have today is that the government need to quickly. This is what I don't understand. The issue of insecurity have to be dealt with ruthlessly, because one of the things we had then when we were growing up, I don't know if you guys were in the same situation, was that every weekend we went to the farms after school. Friday, Saturday morning we went to the farms. You know, the gari that we would eat, most of they came from our farm. So it's not the way it is today. So the people still want to farm, but the system is not the security challenges in that country. It's just
Mr. Akin, let me just ask you one more question.
Larry, I want to address you real quick because you said you were asking him a question.
Yeah.
You know that the dollar was already falling. I mean, Naira was already falling even before they removed those items that you talked about.
Yeah, but didn't he have to read?
Well, I don't know if he had much to read, but it was already crashing. It was already more than above $1,000. I mean, 1,000 naira to a dollar when eventually they said they removed it.
And secondly, do you know the rationale behind removing it? Is there a cogent rationale?
I know the rationale behind removing it.
Okay.
When they did not ban those things, they just did not allow you to access forex from the official rate to import those things. So importing those things was driving up a lot of demand from the parallel market. So they said, I mean, since this is going to keep driving the demand for parallel market, which is going to make the gap wider and wider and wider, why don't we remove it? So if you want to import it, you can access forex if it's available from the banks. That was the rationale, which was sensible at the time they did it, because those products were not banned.
Is it not part of the Agbado things that you and I were?
That time they did it, right?
You know what's the meaning of Agbado? Or understand me?
I remember a woman. You can go back to our listeners can go back.
I don't understand what you're saying, rational mind.
You and I remember. You and I just because Larry said talk about this now. The same thing.
I don't remember.
Well, I'm saying to you, one of our session here.
You have to understand that rational mind forms its thoughts in real time. So it goes to a default that attack Tinubu, and then it starts to speak words and then try and tie them together to.
One man. Let me say this. Okay, you and I were having that debate some months ago. Yeah, you brought this item that were removed. This same thing you said was what you said. And you were saying
because it's the truth that I know now. I mean, what do you want me to say?
So you see what I'm saying to you? We were saying to you that these people are just doing trial and error. They don't get their crap together.
Rational mind. You have to learn. When they floated the currency, right? They did not do every other thing to make that policy work. Now is when they are kind of like realizing, okay, we have to do this, we have to do that, we have to do this, because there's so many things. I mean, the way the CBN operates. I mean, there are many policies, many circulars that has gone on that you have to unbundle before you can look. The two biggest problems we have, if I'm going to just articulate it into two, the number one is liquidity. We don't have the liquidity. We don't have the dollars flowing in and flowing out. Number one. Number two is the inflation. When you compare the relative inflation of the naira to the dollar, it's also one of the things weakening our currencies. Those are the two big ticket items. Liquidity is what they're trying to fix now. And by the time they do the next MPC, maybe they're going to jack up the interest rate to start attacking inflation. It's not easy. If it was easy, like Peter Obi will be able to do it. It's not easy.
Follow to call Peter Obi by using. What I mean, what do you consider Peter Obi on this thing?
Momo
Especially the
Sony.
man in Aso Rock, the man that is there.
Momo Sony.
Can I come in? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, I think it's not as if they don't know what they are doing, kind of. You know, when you are trying to tackle a particular item, maybe, for example, in exchange rate, there are a lot of variables that are involved. So when you tweak a variable, the market begin to respond. You begin to juggle now between variables. So you begin to see changes in those variables. It's just like a video game. You understand? You press a particular button, the game responds a particular way. You have to look for the other variable to adjust and tweak and tweak and tweak. So, and they have to keep doing it. It's dynamic. They have to keep doing it. You understand? If you see the market people, you see they are very alert, sensitive to every variable. They are watching things, and so that they can take positions, maybe go out, go in, different kind of things like that. So it's like that for Forex, and it's like that for maybe for CBN monetary policies and other stuff. So you need to be juggling the variables. So, but one thing that I think we need to look at is this. These guys are trying to improve exchange rates. Exchange rate, major factor that drives exchange rates is inflation and interest rates. You understand? Now, with respect to inflation, you look at the consumer price index, look at the cost of goods and everything. The only way they can work on that is to fight insecurity, just like one of my brothers said, so that we can jack up even in the short term, the things that we can produce. For example, food. Planting season is coming. I keep saying this. They promised us that Nigeria, they will make sure that 2/3 of the arable land are engaged. That will go a long way to bring down the prices and consequently the inflation. And when the inflation is down, the exchange rate will improve. You understand what I'm saying? Because if, for example, price of things are down in the market, yam, foodstuff, even let's look at the ones that are produced in Nigeria. Yam, cassava, agbado, other grains. You understand? Let them produce it. Now we have people who are ready to produce, people are already producing that. New people are ready to move into the market, but security is a major problem. Security is a major problem. A lot of that agriculture is very huge. I have a friend, this understand, I have a friend that produces ginger drink, so he uses ginger, lemon, and he was trying to tell me, say, it was my staff in the bank. He said, oh God, if you can grow lemon in Nigeria, he said you are made. It's because he knows how much he buys it, and a lot of people are buying it. He said, if you can grow, so you can see that things, they need to work on that agriculture. Then we can feed ourselves. The other things like transportation.
But considering, Patrick, Mr. Pato, considering that the resources at the disposal of the government, like they say, is very limited, what do you think? What do you think should be tackled first? Because we understand the problem confronting that country is just so numerous. Now, what do you think? Because you cannot say they want to do FX, they want to do this. They have to do one thing at a time. Maybe do two things at a time, perhaps, but they cannot do all of this because of the limited amount of resources to be able to. Because you're talking about security now. To take care of the police, to equip the police, send more out there. It's a lot of money. So, what do you think they should do first?
Let me just kind of. Too bad.
Did we lose him?
Can you hear me?
Is anyone there?
We can hear you. Go on.
Yeah.
Pato, are you still there?
I think we lost him.
Okay, so
I think he's gone out.
Yeah, you want to continue.
So rational mind. Listen, I just want to quickly make a contribution to it.
I want to ask you one question on Mr. Hakim, because I think probably, you were the one that was saying, the next NPC meeting, probably they should raise inflation.
No, that was Kolata.
That's me.
Okay. Kolata, do you think, raising interest rates is the main solution to tackle inflation in Nigeria. Even though it works a little bit in advanced country. Because this is the same thing that these guys, and this is exactly what I'm expecting them to do. They will come in and say we are raising interest rates. And to me, I believe it's more of, economics textbook, way of doing things, because it's expected, you raise interest rates and, and things kind of like normalize. Because even in the US, we all know what that has actually cost, right?
Yeah.
Raising interest rates and that they had to start looking for a way to bring things back to, start bringing things back to normal. And which is what, the normal thing that I'm expecting them to come in and say, yeah, we just have to raise the interest rates. It's going to make the inflation normalize, which to me would not work in an economy like Nigeria. So that's why I'm more like, yeah.
No, let me explain. It's like the reason I advocate for raising interest rate, like it's gonna hurt in some aspects, but the thing is we can. What's that? Like if we raise interest,
that was Patrick. His system is not muting. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, so if we raise interest rates, right, to an extent, we will be able to attract. I mean, our bonds will be attract.
As you are talking about that, please also address the multiplier effect of raising that interest.
I know. I'm gonna talk about it. It will. I mean, our bonds will become more attractive. We'll be able to get. We'll be able to get institutional investors and open market operations. You can reduce. I mean, the excess liquidity naira we have will reduce. But that is not the be all and end all, because we also have inflation driven by food prices. And that food prices is only productivity increase that's going to be able to fix that. And that means security, so people can go back to the farm. So you need to address it in other ways. Now, the effect of that is gonna make getting loans, getting all that stuff very, very expensive. But now the government can have targeted lower rates, maybe for agriculture or for other aspect of the economy, because you can do a discounted rate for just a few things. But for the main rates, you need to jack it up. And because right now, I don't know, we may have even negative bond yields, or your bond may not be making anything by the time you look at the inflation. And if you have that, there's no way you can attract investors to your country when you're going to lose money. So if you jack up the rates to a good extent, you can mop up some excess liquidity into bonds. People will buy up your bonds, and that will be good. That will be good in terms of the financial position, but it will make the regular Joe that wants to go and borrow money cry. Now, government can subsidize some loans targeted, but as long as if we can now bring the inflation down, but we can't just bring it down with that, because that's just pure textbook. We also have to bring it up with improved productivity, especially in farming, and that is security. If we don't address security, our food inflation is not going to move. So we need to address it two ways: through that raising interest rate, and through massive security efforts, so people can feel safe to go good.
Okay, but for me, right, if you ask me, that's even not in any way going to solve any problem. It's going to add more to it, because we are talking of
in the short term, it's going to make something worse.
Well, you are talking of a country that does not even have a single digit inflation rate, single digit interest rate. And because you see, it's always easy for these guys to say, oh yeah, let's raise this, let's raise that. Nigeria is too complex, where even economists that are saying all those things, they always say ceteris paribus, all other things being equal. And when they also know that nothing is equal, There are several variables that you can't even predict. And some of all these policies can work when you have variables that you can, have one or two prediction. But in this case of Nigeria, I know if they go to their next meeting, that's what they're going to say. And those are part of things that are going to complicate some of this issue. Because if you look at the country as it is, right? For me, I would rather say, rather than raising interest rate, look for a way to cut money supply. There's a lot of money in circulation. And that is what is really pushing inflation.
Okay, so how do you cut it? Because I want you to get to the main two drivers of the inflation. There's the food inflation, and then there's all this excess money that was printed with ways and means, and that's another one. And then there's all these actions of removal of subsidy and all that, removal of subsidy, floating of the naira. That's another one. So when you cut money supply, then you're going into either the Emefiele draconian, some draconian measures to cut money supply, or to do price controls, or I mean things like that.
No.
I mean, economics, you cannot. There's no one method. It's all trial and error at the end of the day. That's just the truth.
To me, right? It's not just you mopping money in the circulation. It's more of looking for a way to bring money that are out of the system into the system. Because one of the problems Nigeria has today, right, I can say 40% of the money in circulation in Nigeria is not even within the system that you can trace. So, I don't know how CBN wants to do it. And that's why you see that in most cases, it's always easy for these guys to bring that money where they are keeping it to buy dollars and mop everything. So that's what I think the main issue they need to start looking for a way to tackle now. Because if you say...
but interest rates, raising up interest rate is a way of cutting money supply through open market operations.
Yeah, but, well, okay, now look at it in this...
Larry, Marvin, hold on, please. I think I support your own that method of trying to retard that, to slow down the this inflation, because like you said, the Nigerian inflation is double digits. Most economies that usually apply such method of trying to jack up interest rates usually economies where they are just on single digits.
But what about Ghana? Ghana was at 40-something% before. It's now in 20-something%. So they raised their interest rates.
Okay.
Ghana mid last year or early last year was 45% inflation.
But I think, like he said, if we can mop up the naira in the system, maybe we can.
But there are tools to mop up the naira. Well, you have to talk about the tools.
Interest rate is one of them now, isn't it? Interest jacking up the interest rate is one of the methods, right?
Yeah, it's one of the methods, yes.
So, but then, how about if we just limit people to, let people do cash do transfer by online rather than have physical cash? How about that?
I don't think that doesn't matter. Money is money. It's not whether it's cash or whether you're transferring. It's still money.
Because if the money is more in circulation, it makes it look like it's just, that's how I see it.
Well, I think we are not considering the peculiarity of our own system, Nigerian economy. I think you guys are looking at the way the Western system works, that when they increase the interest rate, then it could result to this, it could result to that.
Well, that's why we use Ghana as an example. Ghana was terrible last year, but now it's gone down.
Oh, okay, it's gone down. Do they have this illegal currency exchange everywhere in Ghana?
The entire Africa is facing currency and dollar liquidity issues. Even Egypt too is struggling.
No, I'm talking about this Burundi change
And
I don't know. I don't know.
yes,
I don't know. I don't know.
You can't have that. You can't have a system, a legal market, money market in your economy. Striving. And you think you can, there is no economic policy that you will put in place that will that will work. It's not going to work until when we kill all this illegality. There is no country in the world that you will see the humongous illegality that is practiced in Nigeria, that we have the economy, work for that for the people. It can never work. This Bureau de change must be killed.
No, you cannot kill Bureau de change. It's not. You see,
Hold on, you don't need it. Tell me what they brought. Tell me the benefit.
Ajanle Koko.
What's the benefit of them?
Ajanle Koko. If you say Ajanle Koko,
what economic impact have they done for
Ajanle Koko?
Yeah.
Let's discuss Ajanle Koko. The reason we have Bureau de change is because of dollar demand. If you kill Bureau de change, you can't really kill Bureau de change, because as long as people want dollars, they'll look for ways to get dollars. So it's more like, how do you control the demand itself? Because saying you kill Bureau de change, the banks cannot satisfy. The bank cannot satisfy. The banks cannot satisfy the demand. That's why we have the parallel market to make up.
That is not true.
It is just the natural market that happened.
And that is not true. It is a way to perpetrate corruption in the system. How does it work in America?
We don't have unlimited dollar supply.
You see, you people say we don't have. I just look it up.
And it's now gone now that banks can trade directly.
Where does Bureau de change source their own dollar?
I'll tell you. There's one in Boston.
Where do they source their dollar? Bureau de change. Where do they source their dollar?
Don't ask me that question. I don't know.
I'm asking you guys. Where do they source their dollar?
Hold on. See, I just look it up. Boston has one Bureau de change. I think in all of that, Boston, city of Boston. I just saw it now. So I know I've seen it in one of the airports here in America, but I can't remember which airport.
America is not a good example because the dollar is
we don't really have it anyway. We don't have a proliferation like that. We have in other countries, like in
other countries. It's not America. Is not
where does Bureau de change source their dollar? Where?
Let me land. You see, one thing about Bureau de change is that some people can't go to bank. They rather go to like in Austria and Germany and those places I've been to. They have people walking there. They have people they take train maybe from some different countries to another country, maybe within the European Union. They just bring in their local currency. It's easy for them to just walk into a train station that has both banks and Bureau de change and just go in there and just change your money. You can do both, any one of them. So they liberalize it. So the point is that I think that this news is that those guys staying on the road, those are where the criminality comes in. I tell you, if I walk into Nigeria now today, if I hold like over $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, if I go, I meet Akim or Abbas on the road, he will sit down there, he will call another dogo, you sit down there, wherever, and they will count out money to me. Count out, just give me cash, I will change it. So, how do they record that? How about if I'm just a terrorist who walks in, I just want to change the dollar like that or get naira like that? So the point is that you need to monitor those money. Set a limit to how much can be withdrawn and you can be given hand out as a cash. And what are the processes? So you see, the thing is this, it's all about just monitoring these things, putting them under some kind of watchdog that will be watching them and monitoring their. So to take out all of them on the street, nobody stay on the street.
All this stuff you guys are talking about, if naira is not a proper store of value, there's no way people will not look for safety.
Exactly. That's what I was saying to Ajaliku, that the issue is not, apart from the issue of Bureau de change, the issue is that Nigerians have lost. They've lost
confidence in the naira.
I tell you, I have people in Nigeria now that tell me, send me dollar, just send me dollar. I'll keep it in dollar. That's what some people tell me. Just send money to them
have
in
to
dollars.
bring well, one man. I mean,
you see
you have to bring that confidence back, and you have to take some picture.
That's what we're talking about,
How,
inflation.
okay, hold on. How is this? It's one of, I mean, what I'm proposing here is one of those that will bring it back. If you kill British change, there's no dollar dominance of your economy. If you kill this black market, street trading, and you dollar in your economy on the street, then
is it the dollar
you will
dominance
have
or the
your
fact
bank.
that Ajale Koko, listen to this, just listen to this 5 seconds. Is it really the dollar dominance or the fact that if I save 10,000 naira now, in 5 months it will be useless?
You say it's going to be useless.
Of course.
Yes, because of inflation.
What I'm saying, what I'm telling you is that as long as you have all this illegal money market in your country operating freely, then you will never get your value of your currency right.
You have to get rid of
the
illegal
value of your
stuff.
currency
Yes.
will appreciate. They will appreciate, and then you will start solving the problem from there. And then we have to invest heavily on some key sector of the economy that will, that will energize productivity. That will energize productivity. So
Technically, Nigeria is experiencing what they call stagflation. High inflation, low growth, high unemployment. One of the most difficult things to deal with from an economics perspective. Very, very difficult. Because those things are not really supposed to happen at the same time. So whatever you force Bureau to change or you don't force Bureau to change, we need to get productivity going and we need to stall the fall of the Naira. Without that, everybody will always run for safety. And when there's that demand for safety, there's no, in a country where the rule of law is lax, there's no way you can control people. People will go and buy dollar under the bridge if they have to go and buy it under the bridge. Okay. That's why we're saying get the Naira sane.
I agree with you, but you see, this illegality must be eliminated. If you don't eliminate it, and you have all these saboteurs, the economy saboteur.
I agree.
This is financial terrorism going on in Nigeria. If you don't kill it, they will kill your economy. And that is what we are experiencing. There is no economic policy that will ever work in that country when you have all this illegality. Operating.
That is true.
They will never work. So all these things, look at, Kulata, you mentioned everything that this guy have done. All the memo that he has rolled out in order to, to carry out some policy in our monetary policy, to carry out all this central bank monetary policy. What have he got? Has he achieved result?
No, this is just new memo now. These are 2 days old or 1 day old memo.
New memo, right?
It's not a thing, but rather, what are we saying?
This is new memo now. Calm down now. Just like
the Naira is dying every day.
No, those memos just came out now. So we don't know. It may work, it may not work. Nobody knows. I don't know.
I think we are overflogging this topic.
He has been there for some months now.
I gotta go. What I think is, according from this headline, is this guy staying on the road. Not as if they want to remove Bureau de Change. I think all these guys staying on the road under the tree, doing money exchange without any record bookkeeping for it. That is where the problem. You cannot have this crude way of economy, and whereby we are facing the kind of what we are facing currently right now. Some people just go under the tree, exchange. They can even exchange I mean,
Tell me, you that are supporting Burundi change.
Hold on.
Tell
Put them
me,
in
you or all of us as ordinary people, what do we benefit from Burundi change? What does Burundi change does for us?
Well, but the thing is that if you replace them
what
with
impact does it make
in
in the economy of Nigeria state?
I just give you an example. Somebody just gave us an example, which I buy into too. That if you replace one beast with another beast, you know how? Look at this buying of naira. Nigerians buying naira from Nigerians like themselves. What are the people doing it? I mean, okay, all these people that are changing. You see some people, all these money dealers on the road, on the street of Lagos or whatever. How did they get those cash? You go to an ATM in a bank where you put your money, collect money. No, you won't vomit money out for you. But you go to a roadside, they will give you some new notes. Some of them will have new notes. How did they get those new notes? It is the people inside the bank that give it to them. So now you are replacing another beast with another beast.
That is why I'm saying they should be killed, because you see those Burundi change are connected with some bank manager. Hold on. Those Burundi change, they are connected with some bank manager that are, supplying them that money, dollars and everything. But when you kill them and you give the job to the banks to operate, banks that keep record, banks that keep...
But Ajale Coco, that's what the guy just did yesterday.
That's the policy. That's the policy
that just came out.
That's the policy that they're introducing now.
That's what they're introducing now, so the bank can will drive the thing out.
What I'm saying is that they have not gone far enough to effect it. You are limiting it to Abuja. The Abuja is not a financial base of the country.
No, they're not limiting it to Abuja. You're not
what I'm asking is, who have they made a scapegoat from this financial terrorism we're living in?
Kulata, what one man read to us is Abuja that they mention now.
No. Sarah, that's fake news.
Okay.
It's fake news.
Yeah, I mean they wrote that they closed Abuja. No, it's not that.
What the problem is that before what normally used to happen is that you go in the bank are allowed to sell a certain rate. So what those people does in the bank is they take that money and take it outside. So then jack up the rate from the Burundi change dealers. But what the new policy says now is that you can sell at whatever rate you want to sell as a bank. So why would you not take it? So what the whole point is that why if I can sell at 1,300 to $1, why would I go and give it to a Burundi change? So I might as well just sell it. So what happened is that I will now be able to go to the bank and get at the right rate. You will be able to, even if I go to Burundi change, I will still get it at the same rate that the bank will offer me. So there's more chance that I will just deal with the bank instead. So what they're trying to do is
another thing we should look at is they are devaluing the naira too. I don't know if you people read business.
The naira has been devalued.
The naira has been devalued.
If you devalue your currency, is it little wonder that this money also is also falling against the dollar? So are we now heaping the whole
national mind? Just if you don't even do any trade, as long as your naira inflation is greater than dollar inflation, your naira is devaluing. Except you want to kid yourself or you have some reserves to back up whatever you want to back up.
Kolata made the right explanation. It's rent sink. If you get rid of they are trying to get rid of the rent sinking in that FS trading. So the idea that you can get it from one place at a cheaper rate and sell it in a different place at a higher rate. Look, you remember when Nigerians were able to withdraw money, withdraw cash from their ATM abroad, right? You will see a Nigerian man will have 50 ATM card and go to outside country and withdraw foreign currency just for the purpose of taking it back to Nigeria to trade that money. We are our kind of human being, and I've never seen before, man. Like we don't have this country first attitude in us. People come to Europe and just come with multiple ATM cards and withdraw money. That was one of the reasons why they stop this allowing Nigerians to be able to withdraw money with their ATM abroad outside of Nigeria at the time. So certain things sometimes as a people, we just have to stop being unnecessarily greedy, because some of the greed that we practice in that country, sometimes you could look at it and think maybe we have some mental health issues, the way we behave when it comes to wealth You know, with the hunger for excess wealth among our people is crazy. A lot of these things are not done by poor people. You know, it's just people who already have money who can stop for one reason or the other. They just continue to perpetuate their illegal means of making money by so doing, sabotaging the economy of the country. I told you, you go to some Africa countries, like you don't see all of this nonsense, man. People behave themselves. So I think certain things we have to do when it comes to our law and order, when it comes to criminal justice reform. I don't understand why this. If for the Tinubu government, I think they should focus more on the criminal justice reform. If they have to send a law, force all the states House of Assembly to pass this state police law or some form of vigilante laws. The country they have to secure our rural area so that people can be able to use the farmland and produce food. If we do that, you will see the prices of food will start to come down, regardless of the prices of the dollar to the naira. We need to produce our food. I understand that we are starting to refine our crude oil in Nigeria now. Okay, so that will help as well. I'm not saying to bring the price down, but it means that it will not be highly dependent on importation of a refined crude product. But as we are doing that, we also make sure that we start produce. Look, the idea that Nigeria will become a China that produces electronics. Look, we need to just push that one aside and concentrate on the area in which we have an advantage, which is food. Look, we can produce food, not only produce food, also export food outside of Nigeria. It is easy for us. We have the land. Our land are very fertile. So all we have to do is secure our land and then, allow people to go back to farm. There are lots of people who are civil servants who could easily use their weekend and do farming. And at the end, look, if somebody was to have 2 bags of gari from their farm, that would last them 3 to 4 months. Do you know what that is? This is how we.
And another problem that Hakim, is that if we don't adopt a way of consuming what we produce in Nigeria, made in Nigeria products, then we will never get our system right. Look, like some of us were saying here, when these criminals in government were buying Japanese-made vehicle, 150 million. If they had invested that money on Innocent Nord and some other local car manufacturing plant, do you know how that would have stimulated economic growth?
Not by a lot. Let me be honest with you. Not by a lot. Those 2 examples you gave.
It's going to be a
no,
lot. Let me tell
based
you.
on those 2 examples you gave, not by a lot.
What the government should have done. What the government should have done is placed.
Let me land. Let me land. I will let you. Look.
I'm very particular about Innocent and Nord, not by a lot. Other things maybe, but not these 2.
Well, I'm talking about all of them. We have in Nigeria that are, a Nigerian-made, vehicle plant. What we are going to see is that the government that will increase the productivity of made in Nigeria vehicle.
They're not technically not. Well, I've explained this stuff before, but I don't want to go back to it because those two companies essentially import. You know what? Let's forget it. Don't worry.
Okay, let me learn. See, we're going to have those 2 companies will have their productivity increase. They will hire more workers. Government will get more taxes from those companies and from personnel working as well. And you know what that will do? Our money that we are exchanging for dollar, that will stop. Nigeria will start using their own money inside Nigeria to buy made in Nigerian vehicle. Those are the things that will get our currency stronger. We get it. We put our currency in a situation of getting its value back against those foreign. It is all about productivity. We don't produce. We only purchase from outside and consume everything. Furniture you don't produce in Nigeria.
Yeah, well,
Electronics you don't produce. Everything we don't produce. That is not good for our economy. So that is what we are talking
and
about. If we spend more money,
even the agriculture, sorry, even the agriculture, I think Akin was saying, we don't have an advantage in agriculture. We don't have one.
we do
We may
have
be we
why
may
we
be
are
able to
why we are
we may
suffering
be able.
setback on agriculture is because we have insecurity against, I mean, in every part of Nigeria, particularly the food basket area of the country, which is Benue and Plateau. We have insecurity there. So if we can invest more on productivity, on activity that can, generate productivity, I think we will start to get our courage, because that will eventually cut back
Yeah,
our
if you
demand
invest
for
a
jobs.
lot of money, if you invest a lot of money
A
in
lot of money.
agriculture, well, that'd be
A lot of,
fine. But at this
a lot,
point in time, we can only produce for local consumption. Okay,
yeah,
if we were to substitute everything that we buy import, okay, and concentrate on growing those produce, then that'd be better for the economy. But at this point in time, we don't have the capacity, nor do we have the capability to produce in such a large scale for export that would bring in meaningful amount of money for the economy. I mean, we now we export some things, but at the same time, I think we are in a deficit. Collateral, somebody can correct me. We are in a deficit when it comes to agricultural import export.
you know why? You know why? What I'm saying is that we have to get the value of our currency right, particularly against our neighboring country. You know that the currency that we have in West Africa against Naira is CFA. And CFA is stronger than Naira now. So the food we are producing here, I mean in Nigeria, your farmer will prefer to send it to neighboring country to make more money than to sell it within Nigeria. They are losing money. They can make more money.
That's
It's
true.
But Ajala Coco, no,
to your
quickly.
district.
But if we have a weak naira to the safest, it's actually good for economy to be able to export. But the problem again is that we don't have a real exporting manufacturer or agricultural base to be able to fulfill those needs.
What I'm saying, but you must produce when it comes to food. You must
Yeah, but
produce in
that
surplus.
is where the security. That's where we need to provide security
That's what.
for our farmers.
Yes, you must produce in surplus before you can export out. What you
Okay,
don't produce in surplus,
okay, let's
exporting it
concentrate
out,
on this point.
you're going
Let's
to have.
concentrate hold on. Let's concentrate on the weak on the weak naira, the advantages of a weak naira.
The advantage of a weak naira,
Is to be able to
producing,
produce and export, in which we're not doing in a large quantity.
Yes, if you are producing state, yes, we can export. The excesses of our product, we can export them and make a dollar, or this.
Yeah, so we create a kind of a booming economy whereby we have a really strong exporting base to export everything. So it wouldn't matter really, because now with the weaker dollar, countries with strong currencies will be able to buy our products, but we don't have that base to be able to supply the global market in that scale. See, at both ends, we are losing. Weak naira, we're not exporting. So we want to use all kind of a machination to make the naira stronger.
Illegal operation of currency market everywhere. Nigeria is just being bashed from from all. I mean, you don't I'm a born for God's sake.
No, Baba Jaluko, you see,
Yeah, les bonnes, les bonnes.
Baba Jaluko, you see when
What is wrong with that country so much that I don't know.
What is wrong with Nigeria? If it's the one of the biggest challenges Nigeria faced. If you look back, Kolata, I don't know if you have any data to back this, but face value, just looking at it from face value, we started experiencing food inflation in Nigeria, and the way like the trend start going up the way they are going in this direction since we started having these insecurity challenges in the country, especially since the time of Boko Haram and all of them things started. That is where we started having this. Like we used to have economic challenges, bad road, no electricity, but food, it's never been a problem. Like we never had issues with high cost.
We used to even have a lot of waste.
Yes, exactly. So it never used to be this. Even I said this was a country that faced sanctions during the Abacha government.
But then that's a different era.
That's not a real sanction. You have to explain that sanction. It's not a real sanction in that sense. It's not a real sanction.
No, because the real look, sanctions whereby even I don't know, Papa, I don't know if you guys remember that.
I remember.
We started seeing in Benin that I started having V-boot buses because you have to take your car to the Panebita. There was no vehicles coming in, so Panebitas were even making lots of money at the time. People they started coming up with different shape of vehicle. You take your car to the Panebita to fix or to remodel or to redesign. It was the Panebitas that were remodeling vehicles for people at the time.
What you're living out of the
so that created a new economy, right? So that sector was booming. That's good.
Yeah. So those things. So yeah, and some even this is what I'm saying. We didn't have this kind of issue because people went to the farm at the time. People were able to go to the
in thinking about it, I think if we have a really strong agricultural base, farming, I think our problem will be greatly reduced because now the need to want to import stuff or to go after hard currency will be greatly reduced. Only those people that want to pay school fees in overseas universities and people doing business importing to certain things. But in terms of importing agricultural produce, if we have a strong agricultural base in that country, I think we'll be fine. Naturally, the demand for dollar will go down drastically. That we won't need the dollar anymore.
I think the single product that will make a dent is PMS import. By the time we can do local substitution for PMS import, I think our dollar demand will drastically reduce because, in fact, if we say all petroleum
PMS import, so what is Dangote refinery going to do for us?
Well, let's see, because I believe that's close to, I can't remember the number. Is it 30% or 40%? It's some ridiculously high number.
Yeah, it's very high.
It's very high.
The reason why the reason why that figure was that high as well. Don't forget there were lots of people who were cooking up the book.
Oh yeah, they were cooking the.
They were cooking up the books, taking FS for product that they were not even bringing into the.
They were not bringing in. You're right. You're right.
Kulata, you see this issue of PMS, whether Dangote produces 1 million barrels a day. If we don't tackle security problem, where farmers can go to farm